Oh, hell yeah, women. Hey, hey. I was actually ready for a bit. I was just jamming back here. Hello. Welcome to Umineko Thursday. We are about to start the second half of the game. I had to change my Twitch category. Today's the first day I had to change my Twitch category. We have made it so far. My goodness gracious. I'm halfway through this thing. And I know I've been doing this the entire year. But still, I'm like, yeah, I could do another half of this, no problemo. I'm raring to go. Let's go. And Stella's joining us right away. All right, we're going to episode 5. End of the Golden Witch. Hey, nice streak. Oh no, poor Beato. Yes, new episode. And who is this frilly blue girl in the painting? I've seen this girl online for years. I'm gonna finally see what the hype is. All right. Good morning. Please enjoy the new game with its new game master. I say that, but the game has already reached its climax. What? We'll see it better later. We'll see it better later. We're gonna have like they're gonna show it probably in the game, and then I'll be able to go into the, once I actually start playing, the portrait will be added to the art part of the game. I'll be able to like look at it in detail after I actually start. Anyway, this game has already reached its climax. Wait, we're gonna start in, what happened at the end of the previous episode? Battler was challenged by Beato to figure out who she is. Who she really is. And so that's what we're gonna try to do. That's the big... That's the short version. We're trying to figure out who Beato really is. All right, have a good walk. Yeah. And also, Battler was trying to figure out some of the mysteries. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, you do? Beatrice was Batman all along. Oh my god. She really fooled us. Aw, man. Yeah, and Battler tried to figure out non-magical explanations for a bunch of the murders. And, but Lambda Delta afterwards, like, Battler didn't hear this. Lambda Delta was just talking smack with Burncastle, like, oh my god, he was wrong about all this stuff. So she gave a whole bunch of more red text on, like, the mysteries still aren't solved, you gotta try. Batman was being mind controlled by the Joker and forced to do everything that happened. And who's the Joker? Kinzo? And, we got the impression that things aren't looking good for Beato. Like, one, we need to find out who she is, but as for her right now, things ain't looking good. Like, this is not a game that's possible for her to win. And the other witches are really starting to trash talk her. So when I see this is the end of the Golden Witch, I'm a little like, oh no, Beato. It's Rosa's the Joker. Damn. All right, let me try this again. Good morning. Please enjoy the new game with its new game master. I say that, but the game has already reached its climax. What? The culprit has been cornered and merely awaits checkmate. I'm sure there's something you can spot from this clearer perspective. The difficulty is fairly easy. What could possibly fool you now? You're imagining all the witches in the Discord call cooking the hell out of Beatrice? That's basically what happened at the end of last episode. Damn. Poor Beato. I feel really bad for her. Prologue. So, are we gonna just get dropped right in the middle of a murder spree? Like... They're still using Mirage Coordinator, and right from the beginning, you idiot! Isn't it obvious? It'll be fun to kill her and see the pained look on your face. Why else? Yeah, this is what she wears when she's like actually in the game walking among people as like a solid person instead of like a ghost or a illusion. Oh right, the quiz! Okay, maybe I can do that on a break because I forgot. She's Alfred's Batman. She dresses like one. Look, look, don't turn your eyes away. Look at it. Look, 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 look. It's magic. It's furniture. No matter how much you try to deny me and magic, look, 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 look. This is episode 2, isn't it? Rap! 7 months! Happy baby, give me that cookie. Ah, thank you. You're welcome. You love it here so much fun. Rep, you are the sweetest. Thank you so much. Sorry, Bachelor. It was pretty interesting. Oh my god. Still, I was just trying to do what Master told me, but it really did work very well. This is episode 3 now. I hear, after acting bad-tempered, and exploring the depths of cruelty, if you act properly incompetent and soft, you can get a massive rise on that goodwill meter thing, right? It is. I think these are flashbacks. These are lines that have been said before. That lonely tone was the sound of the desolate wind blowing by. Now. The color of the glittering flower petals on the rose bushes was that of gold. The group of gold butterflies, which had once danced through this golden rose garden like fluttering rose petals. Could no longer be seen anywhere. The master of the golden land is the golden witch Beatrice. She could be called inhumane and cruel, arrogant and outrageous, and also naive and simple. Or like the Red Queen turned yellow. They're white, they're red, no, they're yellow. That laugh of hers, which lost its grace more and more the longer it continued, could no longer be heard. Yeah! Oh, wait. There we go. Who the F painted my roses yellow? Now, the golden witch Beatrice sat like a doll, resting in a deck chair, adorned as beautifully as the golden rose garden. She wasn't relaxing there. Empty-eyed, never responding to any questions, and yet still not permitted to sleep. Beatrice was sitting there as if she was a doll. I don't know. Her hair was down, and Virgilia was carefully fixing it up with a comb. If Beatrice had been complaining about this, and that regarding her hairstyle, if Beatrice had been complaining about this and that regarding her hairstyle, then it would have been clear that she was the usual Beato. However, she gave no responses and showed no reactions. So instead, it looked only like Virgilia was combing the golden hair of a large doll. Alongside them, there was a table. On it was a chessboard, along with a mix of black and white pieces in an all-out battle. However, something about the setup looked different from normal chess. It might have been a game similar to chess, but not identical. Wow, all those people being like, this is bullshit made-up chess. They're right! Hey, Battler, did you try turning her off, on and off again? Damn! He is here, man. And on the other side, sitting back in his chair as he contemplated his next move, was a young man. No, perhaps he wasn't thinking of his next move. She's been really depressed. She hasn't been able to explain exactly what it is, but I get the point that, like, she's being forced to continue the game against her will, basically. And she doesn't see any way she can win. So she's kind of like trapped, like marching to her death or something like that. Or that's how she feels like it is. That's the impression we're getting, but I think there's a lot happening that we're not being told. No, perhaps he wasn't thinking of his next move. And I think figuring out what the hell is going on with her is part of what they're asking everyone to figure out. Like the grand secret of this game, which apparently we have all the hints we need now, but my brain was hurting too much. Uh-oh. Man, y'all are on it today. Hello, Tao. How was your stream? You don't think she's sad about losing then? Yeah, it's fine. Oh, man. She's sad about the game ending? Oh, maybe. Maybe. That would mean she can't argue with Battler anymore, which is so terribly fun. Every once in a while, he would change the positions of the pieces, reconsidering the situation each time he changed it. Oh, another thing we found out, Alexi, is that Kinzo has been dead from the beginning in every single chapter. So all the Kinzo scenes we saw were lies. Yeah, good, that old bastard sucks. Yeah. Hello, Sean. Hello, Machi-chan. How are you? Reconsidering the situation each time he changed it. Maybe he was reconstructing previous games, trying to discover the thought process behind those moves. In the past, Kinzo, the Ushiromiya family head, once likened studying chess games to taking a journey through the thoughts of the old masters. Dream was okay. For some reason, your mind couldn't properly parse the Second Temple Majora's Mask, but at least you did it. Also, you're a cat girl the whole time. I did spot that. I had you open in a tab as I was getting ready for stuff, and I saw you were your girl. It was very cute. What's up, Rep? Came to a conclusion you didn't think about last time? Oh, is it spoilers or Doing well, just counting the minutes so you go home and idle in 14 and accomplish nothing. Oh, what a mood. Oh, I keep thinking about what I want to finish by the time Dawn Trail happens, and now I'm like, does this mean Nanjo has a harem of Kinzos? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? In like what level of reality? Where like, oh, all the scenes where he was talking to Kinzos, it was like a bunch of different Kinzo clones that he can play with. Kinzo's already dead. Does the new Kinzo become his lover? Oh, so not all at the same time, but successive Kinzos? Huh. Man, Nanjo's got it made. No, I'm just kidding. People had a routine where they could say you meow in the most casual and caring voice. Meow. Ushiromiya Battler was on a journey in search of the Golden Witch's thought process, which had led her to create these arrangements and make these moves. I would also like insight into her thought process. Battler took a black piece which he had only just moved forward and moved it and returned it to its original place, sighing deeply. Battler's pieces were white. However, on that chessboard, the side facing Battler was Black's territory. He was stepping through the game from Beato's perspective. Well, that's a new expression. The more I do this, the less I understand your moves. Even Battler didn't expect that Beato would respond to that statement. Ooh, did she? No, he was still holding on to the hope that there might be a chance of her responding. Chimera Ant. Oh, and Hunter x Hunter. I still need to watch Chimera Ant arc. And like except this one board game called Every Time. One Googie player but Miriam. Oh. Aw, so it's like playing a board game with someone who's like withdrawn is reminding you of that. Aw. Yeah, I do want to finish Hunter x Hunter sometime. But I was watching it with a friend and we haven't lived in the same town. And then every time we try to group watch anime, something would go wrong technically. Katie, are you sure looking into Beato's head is a good idea? Yeah, I want to know. I'm not scared. I think he also liked the child because they were blind, basically, and afraid of their appearance. Oh, that does sound like something that would happen in Hunter x Hunter. No. No, he was still holding on to the hope that there might be a chance of her responding. And had made it sound as though he was talking, and had only made it sound as though he was talking to himself. Her hair down, Sprite. Her hair's so long. Damn, Beato. Your hair. Pog. Hair down, Beato, Pog. New Sprite, new Sprite. But her eyes do look dead. Cheer up, girl. Cheer up. Beato's eyes reflected nothing. And her mouth told nothing. After begging him to kill her, The Golden Witch had become a corpse, which had given up on living. Xenos! She wasn't sleeping. She was forbidden to step down from this game, and therefore sleep was not permitted. So she must have heard. However, his words probably hadn't reached her heart. The Golden Witch would no longer sneer at Battler's moves, nor would she praise them or belittle them. Beatrice was no longer anything more than a living doll. Even so, she would glance at him every once in a while. It would be an empty glance, but a glance nonetheless. Sometimes she would seem to make some sort of gesture, or even move her lips. However, her movements were never able to communicate anything to Battler. What led you to make this move in this situation? I don't get it at all. I don't understand your moves. Beato, Battler-kun is talking to you. Say something. Yeah, Beatrice treated people like furniture, but now she's the one acting like furniture. Yeah. Say something. Snicker or guffaw if you want. I don't even care if you use that shrill laugh of yours. It seemed unbelievable. She does seem mom-like right now. Guffaw is like a kind of laugh, like a goofy, like kind of laugh. Yeah, but she's not, they can't play the game if she's not communicating, you know, or making any moves that make sense. You've never heard that word before? Oh, I guess it is a little old-fashioned nowadays. Yeah, stalemate. And stalemates aren't allowed. It's just, they're trying to drag her along. But she's dragging her feet. It seemed unbelievable. That shrill laugh of Beatos would never be heard again. No! Ange, Burncastle, and Lambda Delta were unanimously like, you cannot leave Battler doing this by himself. There you go. There's also the other ahaha that you can redeem with Goomdrops. But yeah, everybody was like, you gotta do this. And then she's like, you can't make me. And Ange pretty much tugged her out of her hiding spot and made her keep playing. And then Lambda Delta shackled her to the chair. So she's being forced to keep playing. Why'd they make the rule of no stalemate? Sounds like sabotage. Because Ange wanted her brother to come home, and he's never gonna come home if he doesn't finish the game and win. And so we want at least one timeline where Ange sees her family again. And so that was Ange's whole thing. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. It was a joke, but That shrill laugh of Beato's would never be heard again. However, even if she couldn't answer, his voice was surely reaching her. Oh no, I just have this on my soundboard. Battler was talking to her because he believed this. So he had said the same thing one more time. She does look good. What led you to make this move in this situation? I don't get it at all. I don't understand your moves. I don't know. He's messing with pieces on a chessboard. So, her thoughts don't make any sense to you? Virgilia answered in her disciple's stead. Up to this point, she had done her best to avoid speaking for Beato. After all, there was a chance that Beato would respond in some way, and Virgilia didn't want to be the one to take that opportunity away from her, which meant that Battler was being forced to bear with this silence until Beato herself answered. Virgilia could no longer bear to watch him like this. And Battler, too, wanted to have a conversation with Virgilia, with faith that her words would reach Beato's heart. Their words. Yep. I don't have a clue. The more I try standing in Beato's shoes, moving the pieces like this, the less I understand. A successful execution of a serial murder following an epitaph. He was stepping through the games from the witch side, with that as the victory condition. But he just couldn't make it fit with Beato's moves. Right, he's trying to figure out... Well, I don't know, they already said he figured out the 4 moves, or like Beato was like trying to let him win. But the last element they need for him to truly win is to figure out the truth about Beato. But, so does this mean he was told that he didn't actually come up with good enough answers? But he just couldn't make it fit with Beato's moves. He could see several incomprehensible moves in the records of their past games that clearly conflicted with that victory condition. I don't get it at all. This journey through her thinking process is just too rugged. Even so, you won't give up, will you? Yeah, I promised. The player could switch in if the person lost the will to play. Or the person who lost the will to play would automatically lose. I think Battler wouldn't be satisfied with that, even though she does need to go. He does need to go. I think she isn't talking to him anymore. He's trying to figure out what he's missing, but can't since he's not in her head. Yeah. Yeah, because obviously, even if he wasn't told what it was, something's missing because the game's not over after last time. Right. Kill me. Let me die. Hi, Cece. I promised to let her die peacefully. And I'm the only one who can do that. Beato's right ankle was bound with a heavy, cold steel shackle. It wasn't tied to anything, so it didn't restrict her movement. However, it symbolized restriction. It was a visualization of the restriction that prevented her from leaving the game without either victory or loss. And The shackle was probably hurting her. Lambda Delta, you can loosen it a little bit, can't you? The mercilessly cold steel shackle was tormenting her over and over inside her waking dream. Oh, she's making a sound. So there was never any relief in her empty expression. Her eyelids would sometimes tremble, like she was having a bad dream, and every once in a while she would let out a pained gasp. Unless I win, Beato will never be released from the curse that prevents her from resting in peace. Are you not in a hurry? It seems that the 5th game has already started. I'm not interested. Why should I take part in any game without Beato as an opponent? If that's the only alternative, then stepping through past games on a journey in search of Beato's thought process is a much better use of my time. Oh, thank you. Oh, Lambda Delta Game Master, okay. I'll be the next Game Master. Any objections? You have none, right? I have tons. I don't think the blue meme girl is kind. Usually I would see her online with really fucked up expressions, so I assumed not. Long and might be best to wait till I'm done with playing for the day before looking at it. Okay. Beato has abandoned the fight and lost consciousness. The blue meme girl is funny. Questionable smiley. Okay. Isn't this lost by default and game over for her? I'll admit a lot's happened to Beato, and it feels a teensy bit like she's been knocked out right now. But that doesn't mean she's lost the will to fight. Yeah, she does get what you're saying. That's why I'm acting as her assistant. Get it? Looked at it and started on the stream. Just it will delay gameplay a lot. So, oh, how about towards the end of the episode, I can do it on stream. Yeah, that's Lambda Delta. Why is her name so long? I don't know. Beato was lying down on a deck chair, almost as though she was sleeping. However, she wasn't sleeping, and she wasn't awake either. She was nothing more than a living doll who had given up on victory, asked Battler to perform her last rites, and entrusted everything to him. Of course, no 5th game would ever be prepared if everyone just sat around, almost as though she was furniture. So Lambda Delta had succeeded Beato as the game master, and proclaimed that she would prepare the next game. Quit messing around. This game is between me and Beato. I don't know who you two are, but I'm not gonna let you carry on without us. Uh-oh. No one asked your opinion. So, Burn? Ooh, okay. Do you accept or not? Sure. Go and succeed her position. What the hell? How dare you say that? At least we get the help of Burn. Yeah, directly instead of through Ange, huh? She makes Beatrice looks like a saint. Yeah. It's true, Lambda Delta's pretty evil. But I'm not gonna let you ignore Beato and me and just carry on by yourselves. Calm down. Of course a different player will choose different moves. You might have a lot of reason to feel uneasy about the idea. But even so, it could give you some big hints, right? Oh, so instead of a game played by Battler, just a completely different game played between Burncastle and Lambda Delta? Is that what's going on? Psh, no one evil wears cute little ribbons and a pumpkin cookie. Doubt. But even so, it could give you some big hints, right? Ooh, lots of new Battler expressions. Who cares? And who put you in charge? Beato's game has repeated 4 times, and you still don't understand anything, right? In that case, I think that changing the player might lead to some huge hints. Most characters that are cutesy looking turn out to be evil. Most of them. That's none of your business. This is our game. Beato prepared it, and she designated me to be her opponent in it. I don't know what hole you two crept out of, but I don't want you screwing things up. Because he's a simp. In that case, wake Beato up and make her get the next game ready. Episode 5 has massive hints. I'll understand the case much better for sure afterwards. Can you? But Beato won't be getting up for a while. There's no need for a new game. Just the 4 games he's already laid out are more than enough. Even if there is to be a 5th game, it just needs to be something that Beato lays out and I challenge. You two have absolutely nothing to do with this. Battler couldn't hide his irritation at these 2 witches called Lambda Delta and Burncastle, who had shown up after the game's start and who had started to try and continue it on their own. It looked like these witches were of an even higher rank than Beato. So high, in fact, that even Beato's master Virgilia couldn't come close. Battler had the feeling that he'd seen these 2 several times before. However, this was the first time he had learned their names and spoken to them directly. You can't get the next game ready without waking up Beato. That's why I'm going to prepare it instead. Listen, Battler. We aren't so patient that we're willing to wait however long we have to for Beato to regain consciousness. Right, Burn? Stella, come on. I don't like boredom. It really ticks me off. We really don't care whether you get bored or not. Who's we? Come on now. Leave everything to Perfecto Lambda Delta-sama, okay? I'll take over as the game master. Uh-oh. Don't worry. I won't play with too much certain perfection. I'll act all Beato-like and prepare plenty of clues, bonus hints, and fakes that make no sense. I'll make it into one big hint to help you understand Beato's world even more, okay? Letting my voiceless emotions explode, I slammed the table hard. Who are you, Phoenix, right? The two witches barely flinched. One grinned. The other looked indifferent, as though nothing had happened. The two of them just stared at me silently, as though they were reproaching me. What's this? Not satisfied? Are you saying you'll step down from my 5th game? Isn't that lost by default? Battler won't step down. Of course he'll participate in the 5th game. Don't just decide that for yourself! I'm not gonna play along with you two. I don't give a shit! Then it really is lost by default, right? The witch side wins this game. The humans submit and we wrap things up then. If you step down, then you lose by default and the game ends. Are you okay with that? You're not okay with that because you promised Ange that you would win. If you want to make certain that your lonely sister... Oh, Lambda Delta, damn. Manipulation. If you want to make certain that your lonely sister will always meet with miserable circumstances in an endless number of worlds, that option is indeed open to you. When Burncastle mentioned Ange, Battler's expression changed instantly. How dare you! Talk about Ange so casually. It's because you have me, the Witch of Miracles, Burncastle, as your ally. That there exists the possibility of a miracle in which Ange's family might come home to her. Well, if you throw that chance away yourself, guaranteeing that Ange's endless futures will all end in sorrow, that might be pretty interesting for me too. I vaguely understood what she was saying. Until I win in Beato's game, I'll remain trapped in this bizarre world. And if I abandon victory, then most certainly my parents and I will never return to Ange. For Ange's sake, even though that I know the witches are toying with me, I must keep on fighting. Damn. What's wrong? You look unsatisfied.
自分の妹をグズグズのひき肉にされた怒り、もう忘れちゃったの？
Did you already forget the anger you felt when your sister was turned into mincemeat?
プチプチブチブチ。無数の焼けたペンチで引きちぎって細切れにしていくあの光景。
That spectacle, where she was torn to bits, ripped to pieces by countless hot red pliers. Red hot
今度は
pliers.
ちゃんと真正面で見ないとダメ。
Do you need to look at it directly this time? Yeah. Well, that's what they said happened. Oh, you're like, if Battler didn't see it himself, it could be a total lie. Berncastle faced the palm of her right hand upwards. Ripped to pieces by countless red-hot chili peppers. Oh no. Berncastle faced the palm of her right hand upwards. As she did, a pale light gathered there, and some kind of blue glowing crystal appeared there. Final Fantasy? A scene was reflected on its sharp surface. But it wasn't the scene which surrounded them now. If you looked deep into that crystal, and your burger. Nope. It happened behind Battler, but the mother crystal. But the witches described what happened to Ange as yeah, there was some giant red hot pliers, and they were pulling off chunks of her one at a time. Until she was gone. Until she was a pile of burger. Like little chunks. If you look deep into that crystal, that fragment, then you would probably learn what was reflected on there. Stella, I know. Oh, she actually showed him? If you stared at it, then you would surely witness that scene where Ange finally reached her beloved brother after devoting 12 years of her life to that goal, only to have her entire body torn to bits while she was still alive. Damn you! Stella. Without thinking, he grabbed at her collar, but as soon as he touched whatever made up her form, it disappeared like foam on the waves. And then, as naturally as though she had been there from the beginning, Berncastle was leaning against the distant wall. If you step down from the game... Wait, this is the first time we've seen her smile. Why is she smiling now? Why does she have a little :3 face? If you step down from the game, this will become not just a fragment, but a definite reality. I won't be the one to weave that future. Because she's a kitty cat, I guess so. You'll do it yourself. So you decide, all right? Figure out what you want to do with your beloved little sister's future. I always thought from what I saw of the anime, Rika Higurashi was nice. What happened? Battler's fist shook with anger. But even if he swung them down, he wouldn't be able to hit Berncastle. Like a cat, meow, or a phantom, this witch wouldn't even let someone pet her if she didn't wish for it. Yeah, right, Stella. She's just like, doing that thing where cats just like move away from your hand like they're magnetically repelled. Besides, she's telling the truth. What happened 100 years of gore, I guess? No, I guess. For Anja's sake, I can't step down from this fight. Even if these unpleasant witches hijack the game board. That's just like you, Burn. Even Rika had a moment when she snapped. I only saw some of the anime, so I don't even know what Rika did when she snapped. Poor Rika. Even the way you frighten people into doing what you want is heartless. That's how it is, Battler. You aren't allowed to step down from the game board. You and Beato are both nothing more than pieces on the game board who exist to distract us from our boredom. Even your incomprehensible anger and irritation make for a wonderful treat to sate our boredom. Well, this level of anger only makes for a cheap snack. Like those curry-flavored potato wafers that sell at 30 yen for a pair. They're both laughing at us. Chat, they're both laughing at us. What do we do? We're Dagashi. You damn witches! So many new Battler sprites and Burn Castle sprites. Fight for Anja's sake, okay? And for Beato's too, right? In a way that was admonishing or perhaps babying. Burn Castle smiled, tormenting Battler in a similar way to how something too sweet sometimes gives you a headache. The host of this tea party, Beato, was absent now, and the guest witches were already making themselves at home. What'll you do, Ushiromiya Battler? Surrender to fate? Just step down. You've had enough of being toyed with as a witch's piece, right? It's tough being one of Burn's pieces. You'll be a throwaway just like Ange. I'm not giving you the option of stepping down. Keep fighting for the sake of your sister's future. I'm on your side. Until you win, I'll support you so that you can reach that future. For all eternity. Until I get bored. They're laughing at us. Battler couldn't allow himself to fall for their provocation and cajolery. These witches knew that he got mad easily, and they were trying to take advantage of that. Oh, you mad? Are you mad, Battler? Battler withstood it all, and finally relaxed his clenched fists. You want to start this 5th game of yours, then just do it. Do whatever you want.
わよ。
Oh, I will!
あれれ、どこ行くのよ。
Hey, where are you going? Her eyebrows. Even though Battler had acknowledged this fifth game, he turned his back on them, which surprised Lambda Delta a bit.
お前がベアトの代役を務めるってんなら、
If you're going to be Beato's substitute,
ベルンカステルとかいう魔女が俺の代役を務めるのも勝手だろ。
then I'm sure that Burn Castle witch over there can be mine if she wants.
道理ね。
Not a bad idea.
そうじゃないと不先輩になってしまう。
Otherwise, this will turn into a loss by default.
何よそれ。
What the heck?
私が作る渾身のエピソー
Episode 5.
ド5をあんた無視するっての？
Oh my god. What the heck? Are you just gonna ignore this episode 5 that I put so much effort into
失
making?
礼しちゃう失礼しちゃう。
Rude! Rude!
バトラーはしばらく休憩するそうよ。
Battler says he's going to take a break for a
そ
while
れまでの間、私がプレイヤーの代役を務める。
until he comes back. I'll be the substitute player. Hey, Alexi, you're right again. Somebody's tapping in for him.
それでどう？バトラー。
How's that sound, Battler?
そうしやがれ。
You do that.
なにラムダ。
What's wrong, Lambda?
間抜けなバトラーじゃなくて、私がプレイヤーだと遊んでくれないの？
Stella, come on. Or, if your opponent is me and not that fool Battler, you won't play?
そんなわけないわ。
Of course I will!
ベルンと一緒に遊べて嬉しい
I'm glad I get to play with you, Burn!
わよ。さあさあ、遊びましょう遊びま
Come on, let's play!
ラムダデルタ様の超ハイパーでキュートに可愛いエピソード5を一緒に遊びましょうよ。
Let's play together in Lambda Delta Sama's super hyper and cute episode 5!
一応、ベアトの作った世界なのよ。
This is a world that Beato created, remember?
世界観ぶち壊しにしてないでしょうね。
You aren't going to ruin the atmosphere of the story, are you?
大丈夫だってば。
Don't worry about
私
that!
そういうのの空気は読める方なのよ。
I'm really good at reading between the lines for that sort of
ち
stuff.
ゃんとベアトっぽい世界観でもっと面白い物語に仕上げてみせたわ。
I made sure to use a Beato-ish atmosphere, and I made it into an even more interesting story.
バトラの休憩終わったら早く戻ってくるのよ。
Battler, make sure you come back as soon as your break's over,
見
okay?
逃すともったいないわよ。
It'd be a shame to miss
ベ
this.
アトの秘密に迫れるようなボーナスヒントをたっぷり用意してるんだから。
I've prepared plenty of bonus hints that'll get you closer to Beato's secret.
と見せかけてミスリード満載でますますに煙に巻く気なんだけどね。
Is what it'll look like, but I'll actually fill it with misdirection and make things more and more confusing.
ちょっと、こらバトラー、魔女の話聞いてんの？
Wait, hey, Battler! Why aren't you listening when a witch is talking? Without answering, Battler disappeared into the darkness. After shrugging and cackling, the witches immediately started playing with the game board they had stolen from Beato. When your cousins steal your board games.
あの魔女どもにベアトのゲームは理解できるのか？
Can those witches really understand Beato's game? I mean, you don't understand Beato's
同
game,
じ
so...
ゲーム版を使う以上、この子にできないことはできません。
Since they're using the same game board, they cannot do anything that this child cannot do.
しかし、この子がやらないことはやれます。
However, they can do things that she wouldn't do.
やらないこととは何だ？
What do you mean, things she wouldn't do?
チェスの道具はチェスで遊ぶために存在します。
Oh, different expression. The materials of chess exist to play chess with.
それを使ってトランプをすることはできない。
You cannot use them to play cards.
しかしチェスの駒を相手に投げつけてぶつけてチェス盤に落書きしてみたり。
However, as for throwing the chess pieces at your opponent or scribbling on the board,
そういう行為をすることも不可能ではありません。
doing such things is not impossible.
しかしそれはチェスに対する冒涜だから
However, that would be blasphemy against the game of chess.
誰もやらない。
So people don't do that. That definitely wouldn't be chess anymore. It looked like Beato's eyes clouded very slightly with sadness. Oh? Oh?
ふざけやがって。
Damn them.
これは俺とベアとのゲームだ。
This game is between me and Beato.
他の誰にも冒涜はさせない。
I won't let anyone else profane it. Aw, you like arguing with her too. Run away! At that time, gold butterflies gathered and Ronove appeared, holding a tea set with black tea.
紅茶のおかわりはいかがですか？
Would you like some more tea?
もらえるか。
If you wouldn't mind.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
いかがですか？
So,
お嬢様の思考を探る旅は。
how has this journey of yours in search of Milady's thoughts been?
さっぱりだが楽しんでるぜ。
I'm as clueless as ever, but I'm enjoying it.
しかし、よろしいのですか？
On a different topic, are you certain about
こ
this?
ちらでくつろがれていても。
Relaxing here, I mean.
あの魔女どもが勝手に進めてるゲームのことか。
Are you talking about the game those witches are playing all by themselves?
ええ。
Yes.
先ほど紅茶をお届けに伺った時にはもう第一の番の殺人が起こり
Just now, when I went to serve them some tea, the murders of the first twilight had already taken place,
もうじきその次の殺人も起こりそうな気配でした
and it seemed as though the next murder would occur shortly. Oh, this is what the description meant by we're getting there at the climax of the game and the culprit is cornered. When Beato and I were playing, the game would be paused whenever someone left their seats. However, those witches wouldn't pause that game just because I wasn't around.
ロノウェは奴らのゲームを見たのか？
Ronove, did you see their game?
一部ではございますが
Just a part of it.
どうだった？
How was it? Ronove lifted the pot high with an elegant gesture as he poured the black tea. He's like doing that one where like the tea is pouring really high, but then there's some wind blowing and then it gets everywhere and doesn't hit the cup at all. But of course, Ronove would never miss a drop, so he's just being fancy. After he was done, he finally spoke, expressing his thoughts in very few words.
愛がありませんな
It did not have love. I don't know. It might have been pretty recently since his other children, I assume Kraus knew, but his other children seem to not have known, so it might have been quite recent. The beginning of episode 5 is so funny, you'll see. I have a feeling it did not have love.
愛ってなんだ？
What do you mean, love?
これは失礼
My
女
apologies.
性風に申し上げるとです
That is how it would be put if a woman were to say it. Yeah, apparently that was an illusion.
男性風に申し上げるならば義理が通らぬと申しましょうか
As a man, perhaps one could say it was dishonorable. Whenever Kinzo quote unquote dies, he's usually burned. And so it's possible the corpse was on hand and they just burn him. Like whether it's in the boiler or something else. But Kinzo has 6 toes on each foot, and that's how they're usually like, oh yeah, this is Kinzo. But if the rest of his body is burned, it's really hard to tell how long it's been since he died. So it was at least recent enough. Well, not 100% sure, but it seems likely that it was recent enough for him to leave a corpse. Apparently, polydactyly, it happens sometimes in the Ushinomiya line. Such a freak. God damn. But apparently, an Ushinomiya born with polydactyly is a sign of good fortune. Yeah, it's not so rare IRL, but as far as we know, we don't know any other Ushidomiyas so far who do have it. I understood what those words meant. When I met Virgilia's eyes, she shook her head slightly and stared at the floor.
上辺は大変よくお嬢様のゲームに似せていると思います。
At a glance, I believe it resembles Milady's games greatly.
しかし、根本が大きく異なっています。
However, the foundation is very different. I think everybody has 2 thumbs. I feel like we'd know if somebody's hands had too many fingers. I think if anybody else has more than 5 toes on each foot besides Kinzo, I think you call that a big toe, not a thumb, right? I don't know. There hasn't been any visualizations. They just talk about it. I assumed it's like 2 pinky toes, but like, I don't know. There hasn't been any pictures, it's just been text descriptions. Anyway, at a glance, I believe it resembles Milady's games greatly. However, the foundation is very different.
それはベアとのゲームのルールに
Fair.
反することなのか?
Does it go against the rules of Beato's
い
game?
いえ、反しません。
No, it does not.
ラムダデルタ様はお嬢様のゲームのルールを実によく理解なされております。
Lambda Delta Sama understands the rules of Milady's game very well indeed.
しかし、
However, Battler stood up. There was no need to make Ronove say any
バ
more.
トラク
ロノウェイ、すまない。
Sorry, Ronove. So many new Battler expressions. Now he's got a :3 face.
せっかく入れてもらったけど、紅茶はいらねえぜ。
Sorry, Ronove. I know you went to all the trouble of pouring this for me, but tea isn't what I need.
やはり参られますか。
You will go after all?
ああ、
Yeah. Look at that face. What the heck, Battler? What are you doing, Where are you making such a suspicious face? Oh no, Delta and Burn are doing their own game. They've already proceeded with the first murders and stuff. They're having their own thing going on, and Battler's deciding just now to join. Yeah.
俺たちのゲームに部外者はいらない。
We don't need any outsiders in our game. She's still sitting there, doing nothing. Those guys weren't even here in the beginning. Because I've been loafing about, crazier and crazier witches have been introduced. And now they've hijacked this game between me and Beato.
取り返さねえとな。
Don't worry, Alexi. Battler feels the same way. And he wants to do something about it. I've got to take it back.
今は俺が扱ってるはずなんだ。
I'm supposed to be the one taking care of Beato's game board now.
俺がここでぼんやりしてるわけにはいかない。
That means I shouldn't just sit around here.
ありがと
Thank you.
うその言葉をこの子に聞かせてやりたかった
I wanted to let this child hear those words.
きっと聞こえています。
I'm sure she hears them.
お嬢様はそれにお返事することができないだけです。
Milady is simply unable to answer. Beato lay there silently, like a living doll, with dull eyes. Badass Battler is back. Was he ever here is the question. Does small bombs count as badassery? The game board that she had created herself had been hijacked by incomprehensible people and was being turned into a mess. Beato had called on me to be her opponent. And this game must be something she created for me. I've got to take it back. You just wait here. Look, he's even got a fangy now. What's going on with you, Battler? I'm going to take it back. Yes, you did, Miligino. Hello! Oh! Of course, Beato didn't respond in any way. That's right. If she can't respond, then I have to protect it in her place. I'll be right back. Vergilia, Ronove. I'm counting on you two to look after this golden sleeping princess. Yes, leave it to us. See you later, Battler-kun. And please. I told you he's a simp. Try to discover some part of this child in their game without her. If you can. Then it will mean that you have fought with her, even in her absence. You're right. Yeah. This is no goddamn good at all. What am I doing? How many times has Battler said, what am I doing? Like, take a sip whenever he says that, and I think you'll have, like, emptied a bottle. Surely this willpower is enough to win. Battler's too nice for his own good. You know what? I think that's a valid thing to say. Let's go. Zen Tamidaze. Then let's take it back. Sorry to keep you waiting, witches! My break is over! When he faced the jet black heavens and yelled this, the whole world shattered as though it was made out of thin glass. Then, as though it had been that way since the beginning, it transformed into that smoking room where Battler had fought Beato so many times, and which the two witches had now hijacked. What do you think you're doing? You're only coming back now. It's way too late. Not only has the game reached the second day, it's already at the finale. You never showed up, so I just advanced things on my own. Yeah, like you ever even waited for me in the first place. Baron was way sharper and more thrilling than you were, right? Shut up. I'm the player here. You substitute witches can just take a step back now. Well, I don't really mind if you join in starting now, but there's probably no need for you anymore. Seriously! After all, we're already at the climax! After this, Burn will probably corner me and win! He tried, but he can't touch them. They just keep disappearing. They've totally got the drop on him. What the hell? Why not, though?
見物しても
He can't. You literally can't put them in timeout. They're uncontrollable. Let's let him watch the final moves.
そうね
Yeah. Yeah, but they're also powerful witches.
おいでなさい後ろ宮バトル
Yeah, come on over, Ushiromiya Battler.
もうほとんどおしまいだけど私の作ったキュートでエレガントなゲーム
Just pull out the rolled up newspaper. The chocolate. Oh no, not the corporal punishment. It's almost completely over, but here's the cute and elegant game I made.
ソード5エンド・オブ・ザ・ゴールデンウィッチ
Episode 5, End of the Golden Witch. The spray bottle. That might work better. All right. And with that, I'm going to feed the cat. Sorry to leave y'all in a cliffhanger. Stay tuned. I have returned. Huh? The second day, October 5th, Oh, wait, that was a chance for me to check what was going on. Fuck. October 5th, 1986. All right, I'll check now. Is it too late? Everything's gonna happen now? They gave me a chance to check and I didn't take it. All right, well, these three are alive. Those three are alive. You were 2 years old? Woo! I was not born. New Natsuhi sprite? Alright. Looks like Kraus died first again. Right. We know Kinzo's not here. Oh, Kraus is not dead. Okay. Jessica's dead? All the cousins are dead except Battler? Okay, yeah, that is playing dirty. Hideyoshi? Eva just lost her son and her husband? Poor Eva. Genji's dead? Rosa and Maria are just fucking dead? Oh. Well, happy birthday turning 40. Oh my god, though. All right, Jessica. Corpse discovered in the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. The direct cause of death is unknown, but her neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm her death with absolute certainty. Oh yeah, Lambda Delta would want to make this certain, huh? Yeah, absolute certainty, right? Corpse discovered in this cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. The direct cause of death is unknown. His neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm his death with absolute certainty. Corpse discovered in a guest room on the first floor of the mansion. He had been pierced through the back with a demon stake. The tip reached as far as his lungs. Because he was lying face down on the bed, suicide must be ruled out. Oh, well, wait. Kirie's still alive. Got a chance. Corpse discovered in the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. The direct cause of death is unknown, but her neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm her death with absolute certainty. Interesting that they also left Battler alive. I wonder if that had to do with maybe. So Lambda Delta can do things, can't do things that Beatrice can't do. Yes, Eva just lost her husband and her son. Like shit. Direct cause of death is unknown. Huh. I guess I can hear it. There's some other ones that give me more 14 vibes. Let's go. Eva is single. Oh my god. Cousin's room. Well then, did Battler... Was Battler there? Rosa. The cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. The cause of death is unknown. Her neck was cut open by a sharp blade. The wound would be deep enough that anyone could easily confirm her death with absolute certainty. Genji on the servants' quarters on the first floor of the mansion. Direct cause of death is unknown, but his neck had been cut open by a sharp blade. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But why was Hideyoshi stabbed with a stake? That would seem to... with a demon stake. That would seem to imply he's part of the second... Twilight. Which would presumably mean Eva would be the other one. They just haven't... Rare, well done stake. I mean, seems well done. It went all the way to his lungs. Maybe they're looking for Eva's corpse, and she's the other one in the second. But then, 6 people haven't died then for the first Twilight, unless they're trying to use Kinzo as one of the deaths. So what's with that? And also, if only the first and perhaps second Twilight, did they just show her crying? I couldn't remember who was everybody. Now what the hell is going on? And I thought they said we're getting to the climax and we're on the second day. Where the fuck are the murders? Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in this parlor. And with one exception, it has been shown that none of them have committed murder. And the culprit is among these people. Sus. Who's sus? Whoa, whoa. In that case, it's conclusive, isn't it? Unless the culprit is a witch who committed murder with magic, that is. Oh, it was Eva. Oh, poor Eva. She is alive. It was you? You killed George! Killed my husband! Why? Why? Oh no! They think it's Natsuhi? Poor Natsuhi! I didn't kill anyone. But Natsuhi's face looks different from usual. So that's a little suspicious. Maybe somebody's pretending to be Natsuhi? Wait. Wait a second. What if it's Rosa pretending to be Natsuhi and she's wearing a wig? Beloved Fail Woman chapter? Oh, great. Her eyes just look so undead. Everyone just got new expressions? Okay. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't do... In a panic, and with a voice that really couldn't be called flowing, in a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly, Aunt Natsuhi denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. The girl stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Aunt Natsuhi, and said it one more time. Is it her? Is it Meme Girl? Yeah! It's her! You are the culprit. She's having a Professor Layton moment. So this is the Professor Layton scene. Okay. It's the Meme Girl. Woo! You are the culprit. Ushinomiya Natsuhi-san. And now we get a new trailer. Let's watch this. Woo! The cousins! Her, Kinzo, Rosa, Vanto, Natsuhi, the fam. Oh, the paintings so far. Oh, it's her. Woo! Woo! Let's go. Oh no, Ange. Woo! All right. Woo! Aww, she's leaning on him. Woo! Let's go! Woohoo! Magic of miracles.
夏日です。開けてください。
It's Natsuhi! Please open up! So that was the stinger? We're actually gonna get a flashback? Natsuhi yelled as she knocked loudly and repeatedly. Shortly after, there was a heavy clunking sound, and then the sound of the door to Kinzo's study unlocking could be heard. As the door opened, a heavily sweet, venomous odor flowed out. Natsuhi was always ashamed of how she automatically grimaced at that, even though she thought it rude to the family head. Oh, I played the Danganronpa games. It is in the way that there's a bunch of murders and there's a main character expected to solve it, but it's all passive. Like, this is a straight up visual novel. You can't make any choices. You just see what happens. But the main character, yeah, Battler is expected to solve these mysteries. And, yeah, that's the main difference. And it's also about a rich family on a private island instead of a bunch of high school students. There are a couple of high school students, but not many. It's mostly adults and a few kids. Natsuhi was always ashamed of how she automatically grimaced at that, even though she thought it rude to the family head. Umineko Knives Out collab win. I know, that's all I remember when a Knives Out came out. Everyone was like, oh, Umineko movie. Even though she thought it rude to the family head. It's been a hot minute since we've had Natsuhi POV, huh? Kraus was waiting for her inside the study. Yeah, her face is totally different. Natsuhi flew into his arms. Natsuhi flying into Kraus's arms? Okay.
お父様は、お父様は。
His father, is he?
落ち着きたまえ。
Calm yourself.
今、南條先生が見ている。
Umineko brain rot helped you solve the second Knives Out movie? Nice. Dr. Nanjo is examining him now. With an uncertain gait, Natsuhi went towards the center of the study, supported by Kraus. There, a dignified bed fitting for the head of the Ushinomiya family could be seen, along with Nanjo, Genji, and Kumasawa.
南條先生、
Dr. Nanjo,
お父様は。
his father. After sighing deeply, Nanjo left the side of the bed. That feel when Natsuhi's more upset over this than Kinzo's blood children. I know they're keeping it secret from everyone aside from Kraus, but still. After sighing deeply, Nanjo left the side of the bed. On the bed, Kinzo could be seen lying down, sleeping.
大往生だ。
He died peacefully.
金蔵さんも
心残りはなかっただろう。
I don't think Kinzo-san had any regrets. You know, this is the music that played in the first scene in the first episode. With Nanjo checking Kinzo's health. Is this how the scene truly went? The first episode in the entire game? I mean, the first scene in the entire game? I don't think Kinzo-san had any regrets. Even not seeing Beatrice one more time? Damn, Natsuhi. Oh, Father! Father! Sobbing, Natsuhi put her head against the chest of the man who had fallen into a sleep from which he would never waken. Natsuhi, damn. That's probably fair and very answer arc-like. Oh, okay. I have something there? Hey! Madam, please stay strong. Father! Father! This is just too sudden. Natsuhi couldn't stop her tears over the death of Kinzo, whom she had loved like a second father. Kumasawa rubbed Natsuhi's back, consoling her. Kraus slumped into his late father's favorite chair. By sitting there, he might have been immersing himself in memories of his departed father. I will eventually see the events that immediately precede what I'm seeing now. Ooh, I would be interested in seeing that. Or perhaps he thought that by sitting there, he might be able to understand just a bit of the madness of Kinzo's later years, which had eluded him to the end of his father's life. Nanjo turned his back and looked down over the outside world through a crack in the curtains. It was the same thing he'd often done when Kinzo sat in that chair contemplating a chess move. If he was to die anyway, it would have been better if he was sick in bed for a year or so before dying. So if it was sudden, does that mean Kinzo was murdered? And also, this is the cover story. Kraus is formulating it right now. I do wish he could have died after a grace period during which the proper arrangements could have been made. It's the other way around. We should be glad that he was in high spirits until the very end. Nanjo being like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That will have to be my public stance, yes. Nanjo understood that as well. This was the death of Ushiromiya Kinzo, a man who had risen like a comet and glittered like a supernova in the post-war world of business. His funeral would probably be of a fantastic scale. This is just reminding me of Succession. And it would also be the ceremony marking Kraus's inheritance of the headship. He would have to arrange everything as the host of the event, carry out funeral diplomacy perfectly, and make it clear that the Ushiromiya family would still hold and still hold enormous influence in the political and financial spheres. As Nanjo watched Kraus, he was vividly reminded of the time when Kinzo have been suddenly selected as the Ushiromiya family head. A time in which Kinzo had been lost and confused. Yeah, you used it anyway. Nanjo could remember that well, and for that reason, he was able to understand Krause's distress and sympathize with it. Natsuhi's sobs eventually subsided. Seeing this, and leaving Kumasawa to care for Natsuhi as a fellow woman, Genji returned to Krause. As he lowered his head slightly, as though asking what should be done.
手続き等は私と源氏さんでやろう。
Genji-san and I will deal with the
クラウ
formalities.
スさんはまずは親戚の方々に連絡した方がいいでしょうな。
Krause-san, perhaps you should contact the relatives first, or maybe not at all! Krause, with his hands still over his eyes, didn't respond. Perhaps even though he had known this day would come, Krause really couldn't hide his shock at how suddenly it had reached them.
私と南條先生にお任せを。
Leave this to Dr. Nanjo and me.
旦那様はまずは奥様とご相談いただくのが良いかと思います。
Krause-sama, I suggest that you first speak with Madam. Maybe she heard that, or maybe it was a coincidence. As though responding to Genji's words, Natsuhi came over. Her eyes were red from crying so much. But she apparently understood the heavy responsibility that had been imposed on the two of them, even better than Krause did.
これからはあなたが栄光ある後ろ宮家の当主です。
As of now, you are the head of the glorious Ushiromiya
お
family.
父様の後を立派に継いだことを内外に示しましょう。
Let us show our relatives of the world that you have splendidly succeeded your father.
この夏日、あなたの妻として棺を並べる日までお仕えする覚悟です。
As your wife, I am prepared to serve you until the day our coffins are laid down alongside each other. Aww. Trying to encourage her husband, who was overcome with shock, Natsuhi lent him some reassuring words. When Krause finally lowered his hands that had been covering his face, he looked up at the ceiling with a blank expression and let out a deep, deep sigh. You can't tell
どう
them.
かしっかり
Please stay
お
strong.
父様の残したものを食い荒らそうと目論む輩が大勢いるのですよ。
There are a great many people who will intend on helping themselves to everything father has left behind.
私たちはお父様の名誉と財産を守るために戦わなければなります。
We must fight to protect father's honor and wealth.
それが後ろ宮家当主の最初の仕事ですよ。
That is the first responsibility of the Ushiromiya head.
分かってる。
I
分
understand.
かっていると。
I do understand.
南條先生と源氏はお役所や葬儀業者への手配をお願いします。
Dr. Nanjo, Genji, please take care of the legal and funeral
特に
arrangements.
源氏、
Especially you,
お
Genji.
父様の葬儀にふさわしいものとなるよう特に手配を頼みますよ。
I ask that you take particular care and see to it that the funeral will be a fitting one for father.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
それから南條先
And Dr.
生、お父様
Nanjo,
は病院でお亡くなりになったわけではないので、
father didn't pass away in a hospital, so... Yes.
場合によっては解剖が入るかもしれませんな。
An autopsy might indeed be required depending on the
なんと
circumstances.
かなりませんか。
Is there anything you might be able to do
亡
about
くな
it?
ったとはいえ、お父様の大切なお体です。
Even though he has passed away, father's body is
傷を
precious.
つけるなど耐えられることではありません。
Any damage to it would not be acceptable. Okay, are they trying to make us think that Natsuhi murdered him? And that's why she's taking control right now and had this big display of emotion upon finding out, like the murderer who's like trying to seem really, really sad to hide suspicion. And now she's like, any damage to it would not be acceptable. Like taking over for her husband. I'm saying because there's a possibility this isn't okay, so it seems like whatever happens before the start, at least in Beato's games, happened each time. So like the stuff that happened early in episode 2 kept happening before the other episodes began. And like the prolonged beginning of episode 1 happens every time. But this isn't Beato's game, so it's possible that this kind of like what happens before the start sort of thing didn't happen. Natsuhitris? I don't know about that, but Mariatris. Yeah, Alexi's on the Mariatris train. I don't know about Natsuhitris. If they're going for more of a conventional murder story like in a Agatha Christie novel, it would be more like, you know, killing someone for the power and inheritance, right? So it's, I wonder if we're made to feel suspicious, we're intended to feel suspicious. Because the other thing is, if we're not seeing it with love, I wonder if this whole beginning is also made without love. And so, if you saw it with love, Natsuhi would be saying this because, as we've seen, you're 99% sure pre-game stuff is unchanging between chapters, even this one. But, like we already know, the very beginning of the game didn't happen because Hinzo has been dead all along. So I guess I'll have to see if this scene is part of Lambda Delta's game and not Beato's. Because if you saw it with love, Natsuhi, as we know of Natsuhi, the honor of the Ushidomiya family is arguably more important to her than anybody else. And that could be why she's being dodgy about an autopsy. But if we're invited to see this without love, like, you know, people reading a mystery novel as a puzzle to be solved, because of what Bedward said before, you can corroborate. Include, so this one happened before, okay. All right then, so if you can see this with love, Natsuhi is saying this because the Ushidomiya family honor is more important to her than anything else. Theoretically, everything pre-conference isn't a game, just history. Don't think Lambda Delta is actually allowed to change it. Just paint over it with magic or love or slash a lack of it. Okay. I see. Sorry, I heard a door like a sound like a door shutting, but I think it was outside. All right. I think it was outside.
気持ちはわかる。
I understand how you feel.
だが、そういうところをきっちりすることも大
However,
切だ。
it is important to follow proper procedure where things like this are concerned.
それにこう言ってはなんだが。
And I don't really know how to say this.
難しい親族の方々が多いんじゃないかね。
I fear that several of your relatives might be difficult. There was no way to know what those inheritance vultures might try to find fault with. They might squawk that there was something suspicious about the cause of death and use that as a point of contention to start some trouble. Right now, not only was it important to pay Kinzo's remains the respect they were due, but there was also a need to focus on solidifying the position of the new family head
わか
Kraus.
りました。
I understand.
必要最小限にお願いします。
In that case, please keep it to an absolute minimum.
間違ってもお父様の威厳が損なわれるようなお姿にしないように。
And whatever you do, please make absolutely sure that Father's dignity remains unharmed.
それは大丈夫だ。
That I can assure you.
安心しなさい。
Please don't worry. I mean, yeah, this is his BFF.
とにかく金蔵さんの
Sometimes
ことは
BF
わしらに任せて、夏日さんはクラウスさんのそばにいてあげなさい。
In any event, leave Kinzo-san to us and stay by Kraus-san's
これ
side.
からが大変なんだから。
Things are only going to get tougher for him.
分かっています。
I understand.
あなたもどうかしっかり。
And you too, dear. Please stay strong. Kraus was still staring lazily at the ceiling with a befuddled expression on his face. Natsuhi understood the shock and heavy responsibility. She felt that she understood her husband's feelings as well as anyone possibly could.
親族への連絡は私がします。
I will contact the relatives.
今だけは休まれてください。
Please rest for the time being. Kraus didn't respond. Natsuhi thought that he was being a little bit weak, but that just made it all the more important for her to support him right now. Seeing her husband like this actually stirred Natsuhi up, and a resolute expression rose to her face. Things are going to get busy.
今できることを始めましょう。
Let's get started with whatever we can do right now.
夫はきっとお父様と二人きりで話したいこともあると思います。
I'm sure my husband wants to have some time alone with father.
私たちは一度ここを退出しましょう。
We should step out for the time being.
そうでございますね。
Yes, I think that would be best. Takuma-sawa knew that Kinzo was dead.
その時間はきっと今しか取れないでしょうから
After all, I expect this will be the only time he'll have. God, you love Natsuhi, only confident when someone else is visibly weak. Relatable, honestly. Being in charge of a funeral is tiring work. There's no time to shed tears. If Kraus were ever to be given time to cry for his dead father, that time would have to be now. Kumasawa knew, even though she's not supposed to be in the inner circle of the One-Winged Eagle's servants. Yeah, very interesting. Everyone agreed with Kumasawa's words. Even then, Kraus continued to lazily gaze up at the ceiling. It didn't respond in any way. Natsuhi urged the servants to go.
私はジェシカにも話してきます。
I'll go talk to Jessica too. Yeah, I've been wondering, how much did Jessica
今
know?
やあの子が次期と
So Jessica knew too?
当主です。
She's the successor to the head now.
それにふさわしい自覚を持つようによく言い聞かせなくては。
I'll have to impress upon her that she needs to be appropriately aware of it.
待て。
Wait. Don't tell anybody. I knew it was Kraus who was like, don't tell anybody. As they each started to make their way out of the study, Kraus finally spoke. They stopped walking.
はい
Yes.
待て。
Wait.
はい
Yes? Hadn't she already stopped walking, just like her husband had asked? But despite that, he had once again told her to wait. From those slightly weak words, Natsuhi understood that he'd probably stopped her because he wanted her to be by his side. The beginning of the illusion. Ooh. The rest of you, downstairs.
私は夫と言います。
I will stay with my
何
husband.
かあったらここに電話するように。
Please call us on the phone if anything happens.
かしこまりまし
Certainly.
た。だから待てと言っている。
I said wait! When Kraus suddenly raised his voice, everyone jumped and turned around. Unable to comprehend what she had done to spark her husband's wrath, Natsuhi ran up to
ど
him.
うしましたあなた。
What's wrong, dear?
私は何か失礼なことを口にしてしまいましたか。
Have I said something rude?
だったらお許しを。
If so, please forgive me.
いや、違う。そうじゃない。そうじゃない。
No, no, that's not it. That's not it.
少し待て。時間をくれ。
Wait a second. Give me some time.
ええ、分かっています。
Yes, I understand.
心を整理するため
He
にも
got
必要
that
です。
big text. Yes, I understand. Uh-oh. You had to rot 13 this shit. It's important to have time to sort things out inside your heart.
私たちはその時間をあなたにあげようと、ここから静かに出ていくだけですよ。
We were just going to leave quietly and give you the time you need.
だからそれを待てというのだ。
And I'm telling you to wait before doing
いい
that.
か。誰もその場から動くな。
Listen, just no one move.
一歩たりともだ。
Not even an inch.
疲れたなら、椅子にでもソファーにでも好きに座ればいい。
If you're tired, then feel free to sit in whatever chair or sofa you
だ
want.
から何も喋らずに静かに黙って、何もせずにいろ。
So just stay quiet and shut up in silence. Don't do anything, just stay right there. Those unreasonable words felt like a glimpse of how Kinzo used to be. Oh, he's just like his father. Natsuhi couldn't hide a slight surprise at those words, which made it seem as though Kinzo had possessed her husband. Natsuhi told the servants to wait for the time being. She ordered them to sit in a sofa a short distance off, approached her husband, and spoke to him in a small voice.
あなたがお命じになれば、夏日はいくらでも待ちます。とどまります。
If you order it, I will wait however long you ask. I won't move.
ですからどうか、お気を鎮められてください。
So please try and calm yourself.
違う。そうではないのだ。そうではないのだ。
That's not it. That's not it. Was it really his father's blood, or was he actually being possessed? No, bro, he just needs time to think because he's not very smart. Krause's disorderly style of speech strongly resembled Kinzo's. As she watched this, Natsuhi felt with even greater certainty that Krause was indeed Kinzo's son. Natsuhi's like, you're insane, just like your father. I'm so proud of you. Exactly, thinking is Kirie's job. And that he was the true successor to the head, more suitable than any other person. You're so crazy, honey. I love you.
夏日、こっち。
Natsuhi, over here. Kraus stood up and headed towards the window, trying to lengthen the distance between himself and the servants waiting on the sofa by even a small amount. Natsuhi, kochi. Natsuhi realized that he must have something secret that he wanted to talk about. It would technically be with two C's, kochi. Natsuhi, you're a girl. Psst, 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 psst. Kochi, kochi. Kochi, kochi.
あなた。
Yes, dear.
何事ですか？
What is it?
親父に死なれ
Okay,
た。
this is the most sad wet cat Natsuhi expression I've ever seen. Look at this. It's beautiful. New sprite where they make her even look even more like a wet sad cat. Dad dying would be bad.
しかし、もうお亡くなりになりました。
Would be? But he has already passed away.
そういうわけには参りません。
We can't change reality.
そうじゃない。
That's not it. Migraine MILF turning into migraine ma'am. Yeah. A wet sad cat. Am I wrong? A kicked puppy. Dunk her in milk and slam her against the wall. Do not do this. Oh no. That's not it.
まずいんだ。
Now is a bad
ど
time.
ういうことですか？
What do you mean?
親父の財産を担保にしている。
Oh yeah, that's right. The blackmail that the Sibs had against him. I've been putting Dad's fortune up as collateral.
相続問題になれば隠しをせぬ。
Happy Maria is back? Once the issue of dividing the inheritance comes up, I won't be able to hide it. What?
担保ですか？
Collateral, you say?
いかほ
Go to chef. How much? Listen, fire. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, anyway. Yeah. Collateral, you say? How much?
メロディーランドの時近藤君を応援したことがあった。
Something artichoke? You remember how I helped out Kondo-kun with Melody Land? You know, the funny thing is I don't think anybody knows the lyrics because people in Japan don't know what they are because the lyrics are all in English. And then, but it's in very broken English, so even if you speak English, you don't even know what the lyrics are. So, nobody knows what they are, which is so fucking funny. Didn't I tell you to break ties with that person?
私には断ったと言ったはず。
You told me you'd refused him. Ah, this is a very Kraus thing to do, isn't it?
どうして？
Going for it anyway. In a Howie from Uncut Gems kind of way. You told me you'd refused him. Why?
男の義理というものがある。
There's such a thing as a man's honor. I fucking knew it.
断れなかった。
I couldn't refuse. Kraus claimed to hold honor as a virtue. However, Natsuhi knew that he most often used this as an excuse. After he couldn't bring himself to pass up a deal. I knew it. I fucking knew it.
お金に余裕があるならいざ知れず。
Didn't I tell you not to buy any more monkey NFTs? They are apes, Natsuhi. That would be a problem if we had plenty of money on
この
hand.
島のリゾート計画でかなりの借金をされたのではありませんでしたか？
But didn't you borrow quite a lot of money for the plan to turn this island into a resort?
ああ、したさ。
Yeah, I did. Now, the servants can very clearly hear what is being said.
方々で恩人に世話になったのだ。
And there were people here and there who lent me a hand along the
そ
way.
れらを返済するためにも座しているわけにはいかない。
If I'm going to repay them, I can't just sit around on my
返
hands.
済するためには金がいる。
You need money to repay people.
金を生むためには金がいる。
You need money to make money. God, ain't that the
金
truth?
がなければ始まらない。
You can't even get started without
こ
money.
の島の計画だって企画会社がおかしなことにならなければ順調だったのだ。
And even the plan for this island would be proceeding smoothly if only there hadn't been problems with the planning company.
どの役人とも連携は取れていた。
I had the cooperation of government
東
officials.
京都の新しい観光スポットになると知事の太鼓判ももらえていた。
I even had the governor's personal guarantee that this would become the newest travel destination in the Tokyo metropolis.
私の根回しは完璧だったのだ。
The groundwork I laid was completely perfect.
たまたま巡り合わせとタイミングが悪かった。
Random chance and bad timing were against me. A remote island, get his ass. Well, I mean, they managed to turn, oh my god, why am I blanking? The really pretty forest island. So if Krause was trying to develop the island to a resort, do you think he found out about the Kuadorion, or do you think he's incompetent enough to have not found it? I think he absolutely has no idea the Kuadorion exists. He's just doing shit with very little go-ahead from Kinzo, or maybe Kinzo's just letting him do whatever he wants. Is probably more what it is. Random chance and bad timing were against me.
とした運のすれ違い。
It was just a bit of bad luck.
事故みたいなものだった。
Like a traffic accident. Krause, your NFTs being worth pennies is not like a traffic accident. That was no accident. It was fraud. You were tricked. They were never drawing up plans for making this island a resort in the first place. No, I think he's right. His career is a traffic accident. Damn.
そんなことはないぞ。
That's not true.
土方君のビジョンは先見性にあふれていた。
Hijikata-kun's vision was simply overflowing with foresight.
世界と未来に目を向けた広大な視野を私が夢だと信じていたものなど猫の額ほどの広さしかないことを教えてくれた。
The way his eyes always focused on the whole world and the future taught me things that I always believed to be mere dreams were only the tip of the iceberg of what is possible.
夢が広がる。世界に未来に。
Expand your dreams to the whole world, to the future. Well, the thing about con men, Krause, is that they're very good at talking to people and convincing them of things.
夏日も一緒に聞いていただろう。
You heard him say that too, didn't you? It's so generic, yep.
聞いていました。そしてお帰りになられた後に申し上げたはずです。
Yes, I did. And I think I remember telling you what I thought after we returned home. Okay, this has got to be reality because this is the most realistic couples argument I've ever heard Krause and Natsuhi have.
あの方はうさんくさい。
I said that he was suspicious. Is this why her headache has gotten so bad? Is it because she's hiding the secret for her husband's sake? And that's also why she's like, what the fuck, when they saw the gold bar in episode 1? Lol, Lamau. Her headache was so bad and she was like crumpling under Eva's attacks because she was hiding the secret the whole time and probably felt guilty as shit. I said that he was suspicious. That he only spoke of dreams and didn't have his feet planted on the ground. And that you must not have any further relations with him. What about Eva's trick to Kinzo's study? Turns out she was 100% justified. Yeah, fuck. Man. Then what was that scene? What are the reasons but not the main one? I know, I figure she already had a headache, but I'm sure it just got worse because of that. But interesting that there is a main reason. But also, I had kind of accepted that Kinzo was alive because there was a whole scene where Eva was talking to him, right? Along with Natsuhi in episode 1. So I just kind of accepted that, but I guess that didn't happen. Or not like that. Your Nox will no longer reach him, and you don't think anything of it at a time. Now you're like, oh, ah, ha, 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 yeah. Hijikata-kun is a wonderful, pleasant young man. One could learn a lot from the way he lives. I can respect him despite his youth. I won't have you insulting him. Oh, Kraus, you silly, silly man. Moon tourism! Moon tourism! Okay, this is one of those lines for the ages. That's what she said about the whole moon tourism thing. Oh yeah, they're going to the moon. He got the moon coin or whatever the fuck it's called. Like, you forgot that wasn't just a meme like Kraus NFTs. He was into it. I know this was early for that, but I misread what CC said. Yeah. That's what you said about the whole moon tourism thing. You kept saying that it was visionary, that it looked to the future, that it had high aspirations, and what was the end result? Eventually. Even you yourself admitted that it was utter nonsense. Yes. Yes. Kraus tried to invest in moon tourism. I was sure something was wrong the moment that strange man showed up claiming to be a high-ranking NASA official. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, I gotta click this. Oh no, moon tourism? Shit. First comment, Natsuhi, space tourism is a scam, Kraus say it in red. I'll have to watch this later. Oh my god. A guy showed up to Rokenjima claiming to be from NASA? Yeah! The only issue was that foreigner who was an international swindler. Genevieve Jackson. Mr. Sodazaki and I were both victims of that incident. Even now, his vision isn't mistaken. Yeah, Americans would do that first, exactly. Even now, his vision isn't mistaken. Yeah! How is this a surprise, Rowan? There will definitely come a time when space tourism will become a popular indulgence for the world's richest. And the very first enterprise in that area will probably be monopolized by a single private company. Well, that part's true, Kraus, but it's not going to be you. No! That viewpoint is not mistaken. He's a bad businessman. He's trying very hard to be a businessman, but it keeps not happening. That viewpoint is not mistaken. There is simply a group of international swindlers who are trying to take advantage of the fact and deceive investors across the world.
曽根崎という男も
Nazi
その一
honey,
味だ
I'll
って
save you.
申し上げているのです
And I tried to tell you that the Sonezaki man was one of them
あな
too.
たはどこまでお人よしなのですかどうしていつもうさんくさい話を疑いもせずに乗ってしまうのですか
Just how gullible are you? Why do you always just accept these suspicious offers without any
訂
doubts?
正しろ
Take that back!
曽根崎氏は優秀な未来ある男だ
Mr. Sonezaki is a man with a brilliant future ahead of him.
うさんくさくなどない
There's nothing suspicious about him.
彼の語る夢は未来を先取りしているからこそそれが見えるものには妄想にしか見えんだけだ
Because the dreams he speaks of anticipate the future, they sound crazy to people who can't look that far ahead.
女のお前には未来など見えん
A woman like you can't see into the future. Oh no, all that misogyny that Kinzo taught you is coming back.
ええ女の私には未来など見えません
Yes, a woman like me can't see into the
でも
future.
現在なら見えます
But I can see the present.
私の目の前で狡猾な二枚舌の詐欺師たちに丸め込まれ騙されてなお妄信している
Get him!
夫の
Get
姿
him!
が
Get him!
見ることができます
Get him! Get his ass, Natsuhi! Right in front of me, I can see a pitiful husband who's been taken in by sly, double-crossing swindlers and still trust them implicitly even after he's been tricked.
ねえ黙れ
Natsuhi's like, misogyny is not a red flag for me, but NFTs are. I mean, is that a surprise? She is so status quo. Oh, shut
お
up!
前には金持ち業も経済も何もわからん
You don't understand anything about money or business or economics. 80 streams! Holy shit, Rowan! Let's go! 80 stream streak! Woo! Oh, shut up! You don't understand anything about money or business or economics.
夫の仕事に口は出すな
Natsuhi knows men are always gonna hate women, but they don't have to be cringe. Don't try to butt in on the job of the husband.
妻は家事だけをしてればいい
All a wife needs to do is the housework. Y'all are supposed to be rich.
お前は黙っていろ
You just keep quiet. Oh. He's just saying that to shut you up because he doesn't want to admit he's wrong. Without another word, Natsuhi fell silent, just as Kraus wanted. She was already far beyond anger and sadness, and the emotion that lay on the other side of those. You missed her swooning at him, raising his voice before he started saying stupid shit? Oh yeah. Yeah. Was an almost indifferent pity. Kraus had always been frightened of Kinzo since the days of his youth, and had come to subconsciously admire the way his father lived. Without realizing it, he had come to believe that he could only be recognized as a man in his own right if he surpassed his father. However, Kinzo had been a mad genius, the likes of which had never before been seen in the Ushinomiya family's long history. His talent was a gift from heaven, and it definitely wasn't genetic, much less something that could be learned. That was like my mom with slot machines. That's some mad genius. Natsuhi instructed the servants not to tell anyone about Kinzo's death, and dismissed everyone for the time being to give the two of them a chance to talk alone. Kraus, too, is a victim of the patriarchy, but also he is a moron, yeah. And it's very easy for morons to benefit from the patriarchy and blend into it and own it and be sheltered by it. Anyway, Natsuhi instructed the servants not to tell anyone about Kinzo's death, and dismissed everyone for the time being to give the two of them a chance to talk alone. All right. So even Natsuhi's on board. Don't tell anyone Kinzo died. All right, so who's keeping a secret that Kinzo died? Kumasawa, Genji, Natsuhi, Nanjo, Kraus. Only those 5. I love how he makes Natsuhi do it also. Yeah, true. So now everybody's like, don't tell anybody that father's dead. Give the 2 of them a chance to talk alone. So those guys have been keeping a secret all this time. Then she invited Kraus to her bedroom. Really? You haven't done it in years? And now that you're so pissed off at it, I'm just kidding. And made him tell her everything about their current financial situation. They were things that Natsuhi hadn't been told about under the assumption that a woman had no business knowing. Alright, I'm gonna stretch. Sup? B? Oh, man! Alright, so to catch y'all up, who came in late, Burncastle and Lambda Delta have taken over the game board because, Beato is not feeling so hot, but she's not allowed to take a break, so Lambda Delta's like, I'll do it for you! And Battler's like, who the fuck are you? This game's between me and Beato. I don't want to play a game with anybody but Beato. So Burncastle's like, all right, well, stand aside. Well, like, and then he raised his voice, and she felt things she hadn't felt in Google's Jessica's age, 18 years. And so they were doing a game on their own that Battler hadn't seen, and by the time Battler was like, I gotta go in there, apparently the game was almost over and the culprit had been cornered. And so when they show the game, Natsuhi had been implicated. True. Natsuhi had been implicated as the culprit in a bunch of killings. And the person who was implicating the culprit was a fancy girl with blue hair. So there's another person on the island. And that was the stinger. And then we're like, woo! And so this is the first scene after the stinger. We don't know who that girl is yet, except that she's implicated Natsuhi as the killer. Yes, the game's been rebooted, but this is a game where Lambda Delta is the one setting up the game, and Burncastle's the one trying to solve it. Natsuhi killed Jessica, George, Hideyoshi, Rosa, Maria. Yeah, Maria too, and Genji, supposedly. Again. And, no, which is why he decided he's got to look at this. But apparently, they're supposed to give him a good hint. He will be by the end of this? Oh. Even you're losing hope at this point. Yeah, so they're like, okay, we'll make this one really obvious, but also, we're not gonna wait for you. Even Anja's sacrifice was for not. No! I mean, it was because of Anja's sacrifice that Battler was like, okay, I'll play ball. But the thing is, he's playing ball too late. The culprit's being implicated. And also, but now we're in a flashback. And now we're seeing what actually happened when Kinzo died before the games start. And it turns out Kraus, Natsuhi, Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo were all keeping a secret that Kinzo had died this whole time. This is a flashback, yes. Kinzo had just died. And, Kraus stopped everyone from going to tell anybody what had happened. Because it turns out he's like, oh, this is a bad time for Dad to die. Like, I used a bunch of his fortune as collateral in a bunch of shady schemes I got totally conned into, except I totally didn't get conned into them. Not so you're crazy for suggesting that. And so, so for the time being, they're like, all right, don't tell anybody that Dad's dead. And, this seems to be why, every time people were like, oh, he's actually dead and you're hiding it, they were perfectly justified in doing so. It seems they are hiding it. Right, there were things that Natsuhi had been told about under the assumption that Natsuhi hadn't been told about under the assumption that a woman had no business knowing. Well, it was Kraus's idea to keep the secret. His ass would be so grass if it came out. That's why. Yeah, he's very Michael Scott in this situation. It's like if Michael Scott knew he was screwed, he would keep the secret as well as he could, right? He might be sweating, but he would try. Right, Natsuhi had herself made a point of avoiding this area in the past, thinking that it wasn't a wife's place to intrude on such matters. However, this might also have meant that she had been... He's losing sympathy points, gotta say. Yeah. I don't know, I think this makes him a little more charming in a pathetic way, but I understand. Yeah, he doesn't deserve sympathy for this, I think. But his moe points are going up. No, I'm just kidding. All right. However, this might have also meant that she had been remiss in her duty as a wife to protect her family. The depths of this sin had been made quite clear to Natsuhi. Kraus was probably tired of trying to defend himself. Perhaps because he had gotten a headache. Even he got a headache. He hid his face and sank into silence. Oh, he's humiliated. Natsuhi noticed that the water in the electric kettle was boiling. That's not the steam coming out of her ears. That's actually the steam coming out of the kettle. And stood up to refill her cup with black tea. And when she touched the cup of black tea, she noticed for the first time the sound of the cup and saucer clinking together told her that her fingers were shaking. Kraus had built up a large debt to obtain funds for his various projects and to cover the losses when they failed. Of course, he had put the mansion and property up as collateral. However, doing such a thing above board would have resulted in the mortgage being registered. In other words, there would have been a record that Kraus had put Kinzo's wealth up as collateral to obtain a loan without anyone's permission. Kraus couldn't afford for Kinzo, Eva, and the others to learn of such a thing. Therefore, he had been putting those assets up as collateral using the worst possible method. Kraus! Kraus! God damn it, Kraus! I signed over the deeds and power of attorney. Kraus! And what does that mean? You're writing checks your ass can't cash. The thing is, that's what Kinzo did. Except he pulled it off. Kraus was trying to be like his dad, but he can't pull it off at all. What his father was doing was actually crazy. And what does that mean? Kraus is gonna be doing OnlyFans to pay off his debt. Yeah! Where's his site? Well, Kinzo has all this wealth and his own private island because he did a whole bunch of crazy bets using Beatrice's gold as collateral and built up all this wealth in one generation. He lied, but in the meantime found Beatrice's gold to pay it back. Well, his gambles paid off, and I'm sure he used the profits to pay people back, and then used some more of that to make other bets and stuff like that. Something like that. Anyway. What Kraus was saying probably meant that he had, in essence, signed away their rights to their assets. If those assets had been used as collateral for a loan, then Kraus would have had some options under the law. He would have had to deal with the bank, which would have absolutely no compassion. But they would have been able to work something out within the rules set by society. However, signing away the deed and power of attorney was a whole different story. No, I think Kinzo was probably rich enough to pay off the loan sharks, but his son doesn't have the riz, is basically what's going on here. Kraus is not on that Sigma grind set enough. However, signing away the deed and power of attorney was a whole different story. Well, he did this behind Kinzo's back while he was still alive. Hey, brown sugar babe! Which makes it even worse. Although, probably, I feel like Kinzo is probably somewhat aware and was just like, let this loser do whatever he wants. Yeah, it's even worse than it sounds. Kraus put up the island and the mansion as collateral without telling Kinzo. Even though he doesn't own it. However, signing away the deed and power of attorney was a whole different story. In short, even the mansion they were living in was at risk. Guys, I fucked up. If the person holding the deed were to decide to ignore his agreement with Kraus and sell the mansion to a third party right at this moment, they would have no recourse whatsoever. Kinzo's in the occult anyway. Yeah, if he was still alive, he would be cursing his son's ass if this happened. Or, you know, Kinzo, I feel like, would just refuse to be evicted. He would intimidate anybody who came to take the island into backing off, I feel like, if he was alive for this. Far from using their house as collateral for a loan, this was basically the same as selling it to borrow money.
つまり後宮家の生殺与奪は金貸したちの手に委ねられていたわけですね。
In other words, the moneylenders have the power to make or break the Ushiromiya family as they please.
彼らがほんのわずかの気まぐれを起こして突然この家を売り払ったら
If they were to suddenly sell our house on some slight whim,
私たちは今すぐにも荷物をまとめ出て行かなくてはならないということですね。
we'd have to pack our bags and leave right now, wouldn't we?
理屈上はそうだ。
Oh my god, Eva would be laughing so hard if she knew this. That is technically true.
取引の相手はいずれも社会的信用のある人物ばかりだ。
She'd be laughing at him, but also being like, she'd also be incredibly pissed at him. That is technically true. However, all of the people I have arrangements with are very reputable. Kraus! I think we've concluded by now that you're not a good judge of character. They aren't loan sharks.
経済人同士の信用取引だ。
These are transactions based on trust between economically literate men.
私の相手を信用している。
I trust them. Kraus, please.
私に金を貸すことで私が大きな事業を成功させ、投資した額が大きくなって帰ってくることを信用している。
Krause needs to be smacked in the back of the head, Lamau, yeah. And they, in turn, trust that by lending me money, I will achieve great success in business and give them massive returns on their investment.
委任状を預けた。私の誠意と事業の絶対の成功を疑わないか。
I signed over the power of attorney as a sign of good faith, and so that they wouldn't have to doubt in the certain successes of my enterprises. What happens if I hesitate now? Wouldn't that mean even I have no confidence in my own ventures? If your ventures had been successful, we wouldn't be in debt now, would we? He wants to be Kinzo so bad. The idea that Krause did it willingly without them asking for it even is, yeah. My Santa's thanks. Natsuhi only barely stopped herself from saying it. Natsuhi, you're an angel. Father is dead. So they kept it a secret from Jessica too. What happens next? Do I got any mods in here? No, I'll get rid of him. Damn. What happens next? Your debt will be exposed to the light of day, and your siblings will hold you responsible? That won't be all. It will probably lead to criminal charges. Criminal charges? Why is that? It's better if you don't know. Gross! I can't believe everything Eva said about Krause was absolutely right. Holy shit. The point is, we can't allow anyone to find out about this. Please, crash out. Krause, how many times did you get pumped and dumped by a whole bunch of handsome, charming young men? None. Even. And did you try to scam someone in return only to fuck it up so bad? I don't even know if he tried to scam somebody. He might have just been too earnest. Krause looked over at the floor shamefully. He didn't mean well, I did. I mean, he kept talking about how their eyes were shining with their admirable dreams of the future. I'm like, you kept staring at their eyes, Krause. Krause looked over at the floor shamefully, shaking his head over and over. Are you going all sparkly-eyed thinking about an older man getting pumped and dumped? I mean, it's so funny. That's why I've got this face on, because it's so funny. I'm just tickled. If it would come to criminal charges, then he must have broken some laws. He had probably been so intent on raising a large sum of money that he hadn't paid any heed to appearances. Krause had seriously believed that his many projects would definitely succeed and return huge profits. So he had figured out that even if he broke a few laws, he would be able to pay everything back before too long and pretend that the whole thing had never happened. This might have lessened his resistance towards breaking a couple of laws. Even if the topic is heavy, I found episode 5 beginning so funny. I think this is hilarious. Holy shit. I know Natsuhi is suffering, but this is so funny. And now Kinzo's death, the worst possible thing, had occurred. And soon he wouldn't be able to keep it all hidden.
私たちはどうなるのですか?
What will happen to us?
心配することはない。
There's no need to worry.
君は信じてくれんな。景気は今確実に上向いているんだ。
You may not believe, but conditions are most certainly on the rise now.
私の都心で投資した不動産価値は上昇している。
The value of the city real estate I invested in is rising rapidly. Then sell it now!
今それらを統合して巨大ビジネスタワーを建設する計画が進んでいる。
I have a project in progress to consolidate those and construct a massive business tower. No! Just sell it! Just sell it! Yeah, the bubble. Yeah, he's like gonna get his ass kicked by the bubble bursting. It's so fucking stupid, Jesus. Yeah, sell it now! Don't build a massive business tower! No! And yeah, everybody here knows that the bubble burst soon after this, and we're like, no! No! Thank God Kraus died in 1986 because he would get destroyed. I know, right? Wait, what is this about old men getting pumped and dumped? I mean, that's what's happened to Kraus by many different young men. I have a project in progress to consolidate those and construct a massive business tower. No! This is the most reliable of all my investments so far. No! And it's proving to be the most successful. Don't build it, just fucking sell it. No! Well, Natsuhi gnashes her teeth. Same. However, it will take a little more time for it to bear fruit. Sell it now! It's absolutely certain to do so, but it will not happen immediately.
その事業の成功は借金を返済するに足りるものですか?
This is why Natsuhi is getting her salad. Y'all in the chat today. Will the success of that venture be enough to pay back our debts? Well, I think because we found out that it was a scrapped storyline that Natsuhi and Goda were having an affair, but apparently apparently Ryukishi had the idea but scrapped it. If that, I think we, of course it will. Yeah, it didn't make it into the final game. I'll be able to write off all of the debt I've accumulated so far. That would have been tea. I know Eva would have so shook that in front of Krause's face. It would have been so funny. According to an Umineko pilled friend of yours. Oh yeah, you read that before. Would have been fucked. Yeah. Of course it will. I'll be able to write off all of the debt I've accumulated so far. Goda has a build similar to Kraus too. Ooh, yeah. And Goda knows how to... How do you know? How do you know? But he's just a normal idiot and not a hyperspace idiot. True, true, true. She's got a headache and he's got the recipe. Y'all are just writing the cheesy plots right now. Shuck an oyster with this y'all! Y'all! Because that man can take an order and shut the fuck up. This is true. Go to... I can fix that. Oh my god. Y'all. Of course it will. I'll be able to write off all of the debt I've accumulated so far. So believe me. I know he's got a refined palate and she's the main course. You can... So believe me, I only need a little more time. Well, you know what? of course, the video has to be called Magical Go-To Chef, right? There's nothing else it could be. So believe me, I only need a little more time.
しかしお父様はもうお亡くなりになってしまいました。
But father has already passed away.
もうその時間はないのですよ。
We don't have that kind of time anymore.
分かっている。分かっているとも。
I know that.
だからどこかから金を調達して今すぐに借金を返さなくてはならない。
That's why I have to obtain money from somewhere to pay off those debts right now. I need money, and I need it now.
金が必要なんだ。
I need money. That's what it comes down to.
金が大量に。
Money, a lot of it, right now. I need money, and I need it now. Kraus roared and clutched his head, writhing about as if in pain. He's getting psychic damage from his own cringe. They don't have JG Wentworth. They probably do. Why do you have bits? Have you made a purchase? Several conflicting emotions swirled about in her chest. If she felt pity for her husband, but at the same time she felt he was a fool. Good job, Natsuhi! And she also felt a mixture of anger and regret towards her own irresponsibility in letting her husband run wild for so long. Kraus was watching Kinzo go, oh, Beato Riche, like I should do that too. Hey! Her own irresponsibility in letting her husband run wild for so long. Y'all got kitties. Y'all got kitties. Why didn't I have a bit thing pop up? Stella, attack! Woo! It should have been clear to him well before today that they were in a very critical situation. And yet, he had irresponsibly waited for this moment to come. Well, hey, I mean, why question a good thing? And yet he had irresponsibly waited for this moment to come and was now writing about it. Her husband was so foolish and pitiful. It was easy to feel frustrated with him. However, she was his wife. For a wife to ridicule her husband as a fool would run in conflict with her responsibilities. Kraus throwing a full body tantrum on his wife's single, lone bed. Yeah, there's something to be said for that, huh? It's like, Rowan, it's like that time in college when I, put in like $2 to get a Code Red Mountain Dew and got $7 back. Natsuhi will die on the Tradwife Hill. Yes, she will. Natsuhi, he's such an idiot, but he's my idiot. Yep. For a wife to ridicule her husband as a fool would run in conflict with her responsibilities. If he was a fool, then she would have to support him to compensate. However, she didn't have a clue what she was meant to do about this. If there was a massive amount of money like that within easy reach, there was no way that Kraus wouldn't have already laid his hands on it. It would also be easy to tell him to be a man and give up on everything. But that would also run in conflict with her responsibilities. Natsuhi would get flamed off Tradwife talk because her daughter would 100% have blue hair and pronouns in 2024. Oh no. Oh no. Headcanon, Natsuhi and Eva had a thing once which ended horribly, which is why they're so hostile now. I mean, we were shipping it in episode 1 a little bit. There's no way a secret cache of gold that my husband isn't telling me about. No way. Natsuhi also an idiot, apparently. She was Ushiromiya Natsuhi, the woman who had become Krause's wife and sworn to support him, the new head of the Ushiromiya family, for as long as she lived, till death do us part. Natsuhi Eva is the most popular secondary ship as far as I know. Like Eva, can we have like a thruple situation with Hideyoshi? You don't have to deal with this. Natsuhi lives on the reality she's chosen for her own sanity. Yeah, Saneo 3 for sure, beaten only by Battler Beato. You know what? Decent ships. Decent ships. Sorry, okay. She would be like, girls kissing girls, what a thing! Oh my god, okay. Okay. The woman who had become Krause's wife and sworn to support him, the new head of the Ushiromiya family for as long as she lives. Not the fucking hot wax and knives and shit. She had to somehow help her husband in his efforts to raise money. Yeah, Hideyoshi had like 20 plus years to be trained. She understood it logically. True. Yeah. But she couldn't suppress the indescribable feeling. But she couldn't suppress the indescribable feeling of dejection that seemed to rise up from the dark depths of her heart. Her headache is increasing. Little Peepo's misery is increasing. That's right! Dad's hidden gold! 10 tons of gold is worth 20 billion yen! Okay, having to pause recover from our... Sorry. It's very funny. If I had that, that's right. If I had that, everything could be resolved. Most normal Katie chat, yeah. Natsuhi, that's it. The witch's epitaph. Let's solve that. Let's solve it together. Two idiots trying to solve the epitaph. What will they do? If we can just find the gold, everything will work itself out. That's right. It must be hidden somewhere on this island. If we had that, You're hurting me, dear. Please stop this. He really cannot resist the get-rich-quick scheme. Krause, acting as excited as if he'd thought up a perfect, brilliant plan, grasped Natsuhi's upper arm tightly. Natsuhi couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It wasn't just because she'd heard something as fake-sounding as the hidden gold brought up. Krause usually disparaged the story of the hidden gold, saying that it didn't exist and it was all a fiction his father had created to borrow a lot of money. Natsuhi was doubly taken aback because of this. Well, yeah, because he found a brick and showed it to her in episode 1, unless he shows it to her now.
そうだ、ジェシカにも協力してもらおう。
I know, let's have Jessica help us
子供の
too.
感性でなら解けることもあるかもしれない。
Maybe some things can only be solved with the sense of a child. She's like 18.
今は一家の一大事なんだ。
This is a family
み
crisis.
んなで協力し合わなくてはならない。
All of us have to stick together.
そうだ。あんなの親父が作った気まぐれな謎なんだ。
Yes, it's just a fanciful little puzzle that Dad
解け
created.
るはずさ。解けないはずがないんだ。
We should be able to solve it. There's no way we can't solve it. Kraus. Kraus. Wait, hold on. I have a bunch of bits too. Did everybody was just everybody given bits? Did Bezos have mercy on us? We all got bits because of the power-ups. Oh! They want us to try it. Oh, okay. Okay. Fun. Like so. Oh. Alas, I am bitches. Oh no. Oh man. That's like $9 worth. Thanks, Bezos. All right. It's the only way.
ああ、夏日。本当に良かった。
Oh, Natsuhi, this is
ま
wonderful.
だ手は残っていたんだよ。
We still have an
こんなに
option
身
left.
近に
And right here next to us.
この島に黄金はある。
I'm not seeing bit effects either, but... Maybe I have to turn them on or something? Let me see. Does this just happen like today? Not on my end. Are you sure? I see a message effect, message effect, on-screen celebration, gigantify an emote. But I was looking at OBS. You see them? Well, that's good. Settings. Viewer rewards, power-ups and channel points. Enabled. Manage it. Yeah, let's do it. All right, I can edit the power-ups. I'm gonna make them minimums just to test this. What? Why isn't it letting me change it? Save. Oh, I get it, I get it. Save. All right, they should be active. All right, it says power-ups are always enabled on your channel. Maybe there's still some kinks in the system. Ange is fucking dead. I'm not asleep. Oh, I didn't mean to go to sleep. Sorry. I was hitting buttons with my numpad and that's why I went to sleep. Anyway, Oh, Natsuhi, this is wonderful. We still have an option left and right here next to us. The gold is on this island. If we had it, everything would be resolved. That's what's going on in the guest house with Evan Hideyoshi. Damn. Natsuhi, call Jessica here right away. Let's overcome this family crisis as a family. Yes, right now. The gold is on this island. It's right beside us. Ah! Natsuhi knocked Kraus aside, unable to withstand the pain in the arm he was twisting in his excitement. She just shoved him over onto her bed. Kraus about to pick up his wife and throw her in the air, and she just shoves him over. Kraus tripped over the edge of the bed and flopped pathetically onto the floor. Oh, he didn't even land on the bed. He landed on his tushy on the floor. Oh, she's crying. Please get a hold of yourself. And please calm down. Not even a pump. Do you really think that this Ushinomiya family crisis could be solved by saying something as dreamlike as that? Please cool your head off and think of a realistic plan to gather money. I'm going to go cool my head off as well. Wait, Natsuhi! Maybe falling over had knocked the sense back into him. Kraus tried to tell Natsuhi to stop, but she just kept walking. Closing the door forcefully, Natsuhi dashed away. Natsuhi ran through the corridor. Genji! She didn't want anyone to see her like this, but she ran headlong into Genji. Oh, my deepest apologies. Madam, have you been injured? I'm all right. Leave me alone. Certainly. Oh, Genji. What's the state of father's study? It is just as you left it. Dr. Nanjo is in the parlor. I see. Do you have the key to the study? Yes. Right here. Give it to me. Let me have some time alone with father. If my husband asks where I am, tell him you don't know. Natsuhi, you're saying something so sus. RN. Certainly. After grabbing the key to the study that Genji was holding out to her, Natsuhi rushed up the stairs. She then flew into the study, and finally, she cried out loud. Aww, she needed a soundproof space to cry that just happens to have the corpse in it. Father, please forgive our foolishness. Not world end. My husband and I aren't capable of inheriting all that you created. Please, please, forgive us for our foolishness and our crimes. And if you can, forgive us. Please guide the way for us fools. Clinging to Kinzo as he slept in the bed, Natsuhi cried even harder. She kept imagining Kinzo sitting up suddenly and patting her head. No, father isn't the type of person to pamper. More likely he'd yell at me to stop being so noisy. Ange got ripped into pieces because she told Battler that she was his sister. And that was like the one rule: she wasn't supposed to tell Battler who she was. It did. I wasn't talking about Ange. That happened last chapter, so Ange is still gone. No, father isn't the type of person to pamper. More likely he'd yell at me, stop being so noisy. However, neither of these imaginations would come true, because it was an undeniable fact that Kinzo had entered an eternal sleep. But even so, Natsuhi begged the sleeping Kinzo to forgive and help them. It had only been a few hours since his passing. Perhaps his soul was still here, listening to her. Believing this, Natsuhi begged for Kinzo's forgiveness and help even more earnestly. I can hear him. It's coming to me. Misogyny! Noisy woman. Don't I always say that I value silence? Huh? That voice made Natsuhi jump in surprise. Oh, she's hallucinating his ghost! It's a ghost! Ghost! When she faced in the direction that the voice had come from, she saw Kinzo sitting at the study desk, folding up his reading glasses. Did you get in a fight with Kraus again? Neglecting his wife. That Kraus only inherited my bad traits. At least he's self-aware? Father! What a wretched-looking face. Wash it. Aren't you the wife of the successor to the Ushiromiya family? You mustn't let the servants see you wear such a shameful expression. Sometimes I feel like Natsuhi was in love with Kinzo. Maybe. Maybe. Yes, father. My apologies. Natsuhi understood. This was just an illusion, one that Natsuhi had created from her desire to speak with Kinzo and her memories of the man as he once was. No, that's not it. She believed that, just for now, Kinzo's soul had shown itself to her. Yeah, we're having a ghost. A little, woo! Or maybe she's hallucinating out of grief. She believed that just for now, Kinzo's soul had shown itself to her. She is from a Umineko family. Yes, yeah, we're having a ghost encounter. He is very dead. We need to call the Ghostbusters. She believed that just for now, Kinzo's soul had shown itself to her. She was sure that doubting this would cause it to vanish in an instant. It seems that a family crisis has arisen the very instant the headship was passed on. Yes, father. They should have just weekend at Bernie's Kinzo. Oh my god. Yeah. Have his corpse wearing sunglasses in a chair. Yeah. It seems nice, that's how you know it's fantasy. Exactly! Yes, Father. I wasn't able to support my husband.
申し訳ありません。
I am truly very sorry.
つくづく後ろ宮家は呪われている。
The Ushinomiya family is so very cursed. I agree. Yeah, exactly.
私が当主を継承した時もそれはひどいものだった。
It was in a terrible state when I succeeded the headship too. Yeah, you know, I was just thinking about chapter 1. Because there was a time when Kinzo was like awfully nice to her, and then it totally like galvanized her. Is this the explanation? That she started like hallucinating Kinzo's ghost, and he would give her a pep talk whenever she needed it? And her combos with Kinzo and that? Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I was like, whose fault is that, Kinzo? LOL. Yeah. Whenever you're having trouble, Natsuhi, you just imagine Kinzo's giving you a pep talk so you can keep carrying on. I was in a terrible state when I succeeded the headship too.
お前たちの苦難などまだまだ。
Damn, Nazi, Kinzo's your Saktaro. Damn. This poor pathetic woman. It was in a terrible state when I succeeded the headship too. The hardships you two are suffering are trivial in comparison. Kinzo's succession to the family headship came suddenly. At the time, he was nothing more than a young man from one of the branch families, far separated from the Ushinomiya main family. In a way, making your father-in-law your imaginary friend is indistinguishable from magic. At the time, he was nothing more than a young man from one of the branch families, far separated from the Ushinomiya main family. The main family might have had honor and tradition, but that was of no relevance at all to Kinzo, and he couldn't have cared less. Then the principal members of the main family were wiped out in the Great Kanto earthquake along with their business. On top of that, there was a complicated antagonism between the members of the family at the time, and the elders were all trying to impose their will on the others in that sinking ship. Because of this, they weren't even able to elect a leader to rebuild the Ushinomiya family. They found common ground by selecting Kinzo, a youth with absolutely no ties to any of the opposing elders, to be the head. So the elders hadn't really entrusted Kinzo with the rebuilding of the Ushinomiya family. Kinzo had been nothing more than their puppet, with his arms and legs being pulled in opposite directions. Yes.
お父様の苦難の日々はよく存じております。
I know a lot about your days of suffering, Father.
そして戦争が始まった。
And then the war started.
当時の私はもう生きていくことに疲れ果てていた。
I was already tired of life at that point.
戦場で死ねればと願ったが、前線には送られなかった。
I hoped to die on the battlefield, but I wasn't sent to the front
しか
lines.
し、日に日に戦況が悪化し、本土決戦の時が近づいてきていた。
However, the state of the war grew worse with every day, and the time for the decisive battle on the Japanese mainland seemed to grow ever closer.
私は不謹慎にもその日が早くやってくることを願っていた。
As bad as it might sound, I hoped that day would come quickly. It was said that as Kinzo listened to Death's approaching footsteps, day in and day out, he started cutting his ties with this world one by one. And then, on that day when he had freed himself from all of his attachments to life and reached a state of enlightenment, he had a mystical experience. And he met her. the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
私は魔女と契約を交わし、黄金と狂気の力を与えられた。
He met Beatrice in World War II. She's really in there like, oh, Kinzo, we're in it now. Yeah, she is, with his corpse. I made a contract with the witch and was given gold and the power of madness.
その日を境に、古き私は死に、狂気の魔力を得た新しき私が誕生したのだ。
On that day, the old me died, and a new me possessing the insane power of magic was born.
存じております。
Apparently, he met Beatrice during World War II. Oh, hey, Dan, I think you'll like this game. All right, so the current game... Okay, I meant to tell you read a webtoon and there was a character named Beatrice with a nickname people called her Riche. Oh, Gop called her Riche. As one does. Beato driving a fucking panzer tank, she would. Or she'd like command others to do it and she's just sitting on top. And then, oh, Dan, so I think you'll like this game because, Beato is like non-responsive. She is like in such a bad mental state that she's just sitting there not responding. Not Beato did Pearl Harbor, but, and so, Lambda Delta and Burncaster was like, well, we're not gonna wait forever. We're just gonna start a game. And then Battler's like, who the fuck are you two? And they're like, we're starting the game, Battler. We're not gonna wait forever for y'all. And so Lambda Delta is like, all right, episode 5, I'm the game master. And then Battler's like, no, like I'm playing a game with Beato. Like, fuck this. I don't know who you are. This is a game with me and Beato. You guys get out. And then she's like, well, it's happening anyway. And then if you don't play along, then I guess that's an automatic loss for you, huh? And then Burncastle was like, remember your sister. She'll suffer for all eternity if you don't do this. And then he was like, well, if Lambda Delta can just replace Beatrice, why don't you just replace me? And then Burncastle's like, that's a good idea. So then Battler was like sulking, hanging out with Beato, while Lambda Delta and Burncastle started doing their own whole game. And then by the time Battler was like, no way, I can't just sit here. I need to go in there and like engage because I need to save my family and stuff. And Cece, you were like, what if he met her in the war and she was an Italian? Well, yeah, maybe everything is coming up, Dan. Shannon hanging her way through a carpet bombing campaign. Oh no, not Shannon dropping bombs like teacups and Krauss avoiding the IRS. So by the time Battler comes back, the Lambda Delta and Burncast are like, the game's almost done. You're so slow. There's nothing you can do at this point because Burncastle's about to win. The culprit is being found, and then you go into a scene with like the living people still around, and then a blue-haired girl in a frilly dress points at Natsuhi and says, "You're the culprit, Ushiromiya Natsuhi." Like one of those Professor Layton scenes where he gets everybody in the room and points out who the bad guy is. It's exactly like that. And then that was the stinger, and then the whole thing started. The whole like trailer started. And now we're in a flashback. what happened when Kinzo died. Accusing Natsuki of killing Jessica, George, Maria, Hideyoshi, Rosa, and Genji. Yeah. So I thought you might like this, Dan, because Beato and Battler weren't involved in this game at all. It's like Burn Castle and Lambda Delta are in control now. I thought that might be more of your speed. Oh yeah, and then Natsuki is imagining Kinzo to walk her through the full body headache of Kraus getting duped by moon tourism. Yep, Kraus thought moon tourism was a good idea. The whole hidden space where the gold had you think the island was a military base. I mean, it could have been. They did say, you know, Dan, they actually said that in episode 1 that you missed, that there was, that like Kinzo had a lot of close ties with the American occupation forces, and that it was it was actually like a military supply base thing, or that was the intended purpose for the island in the first place, and then Kinzo managed to like snap it away from under the government's nose. So yeah, Dan's stocks continue to rise. The secret back entrance also fits the secret military base. Yeah. They're doing this is my Umineko Wattpad fanfic. Imagine Kinzo going like, no, Natsuki, you don't get it. It's about owning the system. You got a diamond hands for more so you can get life-changing money. Dan, help us find more people to pair Natsuki with. Yeah, we got Eva, we got Goda. I know. And after the war. And so now Natsuki is pretending to talk to Kinzo's ghost to cope. And just bodyguard guy Amakusa. Man, she's going for them younger boys, huh? Amakusa. Anyway. Not Kagami. I know. And after the war. You used your ingenious cunning to revive the Ushinomiya family. The now deceased elders who knew Kinzo at the time had whispered to each other that Kinzo must have taken a knock to the head on the battlefield and returned with a different personality. I mean, that would happen. Did Kinzo's insane behavior come from a head injury in war or PTSD? Jessica's your DoorDash driver? Hey, Jessica! Amakusa could give... Cece! How? She's on the island! Wow, we gotta figure this one out. Oh my goodness! The now deceased elders who knew Kinzo at the time had whispered to each other that Kinzo must have taken a knock to the head on the battlefield and returned with a different personality. Jessica Triss would be the real plot twist. That was how much Kinzo stood out after the war. Whether the story about Kinzo meeting a witch was true or not, there can be no doubt that the extraordinary experience of war had prepared him for death and let him reach a state of enlightenment. Natsuki must surely have felt that if Kinzo had decided to describe that resulting mystical experience as a meeting with a witch, that wasn't something she could flatly dispute. Alternatively, Shannon snuck off the island and stole Jessica's identity after she died. Shannon Triss lives on, baby. That's right. Then we need to... I hope Rowan's food is okay, then. If anything happens to Rowan, we can just hashtag blame Shannon. That's right. You returned from the war. Conquered the witch Beatrice and became the head of the Ushinomiya family in the truest sense. Correct. Before I met Beatrice. I was nothing more than a puppet and only the head in name.
私は黄金の魔女を従えて初めて当主たり得たのだ。
I only became the head after conquering the Golden Witch.
お父様、
Father,
その黄金の魔女は新しき当主である夫クラウスには力を貸してくださらないのでしょうか。
will this Golden Witch aid my husband Kraus now that he's the new head?
貸すであろう。
Oh, she will.
真に当主を継承したならば。
Assuming that he has truly succeeded the headship.
真に継承するとはどういう意味ですか？
What do you mean by truly succeeded?
真の意味で後ろ宮家の当主としての責任と誇りを持てるかどうかということだ。
I mean, it depends on whether he bears the responsibility and pride of the Ushinomiya family head in the truest sense. Oh yeah, this is truly Natsuhi's imagination.
夏日、お前ならば分かっているはず。
Natsuhi, you should understand
当
this.
主とは血で継承されるものではない。
The headship is not inherited by blood.
魂と信念によって継承されるのだ。
It is inherited through spirit and conviction.
クラウスが我が長男であっても、それがなくては真の当主とは呼べない。
Even though Kraus is my eldest son, he cannot be called the true head if he does not possess these things.
そしてそれが心に宿されていたなら、その人間はたとえクラウスでなくとも立派な新しき当主である。
And even someone other than Kraus would make a splendid new head so long as that spirit dwelled in their heart.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェはその真の当主に力を貸すである。
The Golden Witch Beatrice will lend her power to that true head.
そうであるな、ベアトリーチェ。
Isn't that right, Beatrice? Oh? When Kinzo called the witch's name, gold butterflies seethed out of every corner of the room. Oh, wow, Natsuhi's really tripping now. This fantastical scene had an otherworldly beauty to it. It was like standing in the midst of a blizzard of golden flower petals being blown about a rose garden of gold. As Natsuhi stared at the scene in shock, the gold butterflies gathered and formed a human shape. Well, we know this isn't Beato for sure. Then, the witch of the portrait appeared.
いかにも
Indeed. Well, again, this could be something that happened beforehand in every single one.
我
Indeed.
らはこそが後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェである。
I am the Ushinomiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch Beatrice. I missed you,
わ
girl.
らわは奔放にして自由。
I am free to run rampant.
誰の命令も聞かぬ。
I do not listen to anyone's orders.
それを世界でたった一人。
And there's only one person in the world who can control her.
私だけが支配
Me. And I'm
だか
dead.
らこそ後ろ宮家の当主たり得るのだ。
So, anyone who can control Beato is qualified to be the Ushinomiya family head? Poor Beato. That is why I am qualified to be the Ushinomiya family head.
その傲慢さこそが後ろ宮家当主の資格だというか。
So that pride of yours is what qualifies you to be the head?
傲慢とはすなわち自信であり勇気である。
Pride implies self-confidence and
そ
bravery.
してそれに見合う力を得ようとする悪なき向上心の表れである。
And it is the embodiment of the insatiable desire to gain the power to match.
だからこそ私はお前を支配した。
That is why I control you.
傲慢を語る男がそれを実現していく様を見るのは心地よいものだ。
It is quite pleasant to watch men who speak of pride as they turn that desire into
無
reality.
限実行は強運なる者の言い訳にする。
The quiet man of action is nothing more than an excuse used by the extremely lucky. Beatrice is like, fuck the Sigma grind set. Alpha men only.
真の王者は持たぬ者さえも語る。
A true monarch also speaks of what he doesn't have.
そしてその傲慢を確かに実現してみせるのだ。
And he makes sure to turn that arrogance, that pride, into reality.
わらわを支配できる者にはその王者の傲慢が必要だ。
If one is to control me, they must possess that monarch's pride. She's like, no Sigmas are touching any of this.
わかるか、夏日。
Do you understand, Natsuhi?
真の王者はあらゆる苦難を恐れぬ。
A true monarch fears no hardship.
必ず乗り越えられると公言する。
They declare that they will overcome anything without fail,
その算段がなくとも
even if they haven't yet figured out how.
だから弱者は希望を持つ。
This gives hope to the weak people. Only a man of power can steer the course of civilization. And in this land of creeping mendacity, only that truth will be their salvation. Come, champion of Eorzea. Face me. Your defeat will serve proof of my readiness to rule.
集い、あがめ、協力を誓う。
They gather, revere the monarch, and swear to assist him.
そこに力が生まれ、有言は実行されるのだ。
That is where power is gained and his word is carried out.
それを心に刻め。
Engrave that into your heart.
はい、お父様。
Yes, father. Natsuhi understood. Through this mystical experience, Kinzo was teaching her the attitude required to overcome hardship and become a killer, apparently, even after his own death. Hey, I was right about her hallucinating him to give her a pep talk. Feeling a warm sensation rise up in her chest, she let the valuable words Kinzo had given her echo through her mind over and over. Well, this explains Natsuhi's scenes in episode 1, for sure. A true monarch, in other words, the true head of the Ushinomiya family, was not to fear hardship. They had to believe that they could overcome any hardship. If they could not believe themselves capable, then there was no reason why they would be. Oh, you fake it till you make it? Well, I mean, Kraus tried that, didn't turn out so well. Natsuhi suddenly felt very ashamed of the way she had come into this room, sobbing and asking Kinzo what to do.
私は愚かでした。
I was foolish.
後ろ宮家の一大事に泣き言を言う暇などあるわけもありません。
Of course there's no time for crying when an Ushinomiya family crisis is upon
そ
us.
して お父様から後宮家を引き継いだ以上、私たちは何があってもその名誉を守り抜きます。
And now that we have inherited the Ushinomiya family from you, Father, we must protect its honor no matter what. So that's why they're hiding everything, protecting the honor.
どうやってクラウスの借金を返済するか、その青写真も描けぬのにか。
Oh, even though you can't even draw a blueprint on how to repay Krause's debts? As Beatrice laughed unpleasantly. No, that wasn't it. She was testing Natsuhi to see whether she possessed the mental readiness to be a true monarch. Natsuhi didn't hesitate anymore. She answered clearly, gazing into Beatrice's eyes.
はい。
Yes.
今はどうすればいいのか、その方法をまだ見つけることはできません。
At this moment, I have not yet discovered the method that we should
し
pursue.
かし、私の夫は新しき後宮家の当主であり、私はそれを支える妻です。
However, my husband is the new head of the Ushinomiya family, and I am his supporting wife.
ですから、夫に代わり、私が宣言します。
So, in my husband's place, I will proclaim it.
聞こう。
Let us hear it.
後宮クラウスと夏日は必ずやこの苦難を乗り越え、後宮家の名誉を守ってみせます。
Ushinomiya Kraus and Natsuhi will definitely overcome these trials and protect the honor of the Ushinomiya family.
お父様にご心配をおかけすることはありません。
You have nothing to worry about, Father.
クラウスの借金の規模と惨憺たる状況については知っている。
You do know the scope of Kraus's debt, as well as the disastrous state things are in.
はい。
Yes.
この屋敷さえ明日には立ち退けと命じられても拒めぬという最悪の状況です。
Things could hardly be worse. We could even be ordered to leave this mansion tomorrow, and we wouldn't be able to
遺産
refuse.
分配となれば、親族たちに刑事告発さえされるかもしれません。
Once the distribution of the inheritance comes up, his relatives might even file a criminal complaint against us.
しかし、心配には及びません。
However, there is no need to worry.
そうなる前に借金をすべて返済し、名誉を取り戻します。
We will repay all of the debts before then and restore our honor. They gave you Diet Coke? You know, something that's helped before is like... You know how you can put a note? Maybe be like, don't forget my drink. And if they don't have what I asked for, just don't fucking bother or something, but with less cursing. She stood at attention with a resolute attitude. You do, Rep? This was the Wendy's? Right, your notes wouldn't really reach the Wendy's. Oh boy. What is it? As she stood at attention with a resolute attitude. Natsuhi proclaimed this clearly with Ushinomiya Kinzo and Beatrice as witnesses. For a while, they remained silent, as though weighing Natsuhi's resolve. Then Kinzo chuckled and turned away. How vexing. There's a Burger King near this farmer's... Burger King is still alive? Near this farmer's market, and they always give you and your dad cherry Coke even though you order regular. That wouldn't be a bad thing to me, but when you order Coke, you should get a Coke. How vexing. Why couldn't this person have been my son? See? That's what he said in the pep talk in episode 1. Which means... Oh my god! This means Natsuhi... Natsuhi subconsciously thinks fuck the patriarchy. I should be the head of the Ushinomiya family. Natsuhi feels that way deep down. And her imaginary Kinzo is echoing her heart's deepest desires and her subconscious.
その資質を持つ女を息子がめとったことさえ、これもまたそなたの強運。
The very fact that a woman with such a disposition married your son is another sign of your great luck. So also Natsuhi deep down is like, I'm awesome, bitch. Let's go. Beatrice.
私の最後の命令だ。
This is my final order.
当主でないそなたの命令をもはや聞く義理はないぞ。
Now that you are no longer the head, I am not obligated to obey your orders. The same Burger King, you got your usual order right, but you smelled something fishy. And you looked to see a 10-piece nugget box, and I was really confused because I didn't order nuggets. Guess what was inside the nugget box, Katie? Coke? Liquid Coke? Or like a cup of Coke, they somehow fit in there. Something fishy. Was it fish? Was it something fucked up? Was it a dead rat? Nazi and Maria like, if no one will tell me nice things, I'll make someone to tell me nice things myself. Yeah! Tartar sauce that was like wallpaper paste. That is so fucking weird. It was just tartar sauce? Not even stuff to dip it with? A whole box of tartar sauce? Y'all just need to stop going to that Burger King. What? Just stop going to that Burger King. What the fuck? That's so odd. Who came to who was the poor overworked worker who had that as a logical step in their thought process? Oh my gosh. Yeah, stop going to that Burger King. They took it off the DoorDash location. But your reaction was yours? Oh man. You thought the same thing? Who was the poor bastard who did this? What were they going through? Now that you are no longer the head, I am not obligated to obey your orders. It smelled so bad the kitchen reeked for like a day or two. No! So it was like nasty tartar sauce on top of everything? No! That's awful. Oh, in that case, obey the orders of the new Ushinomiya family head. The girl I'm gassing up right now, Ushinomiya Natsuhi. You are no longer the head, and Kraus is not yet the head. Whom are you suggesting that I serve? Show left, Natsuhi. I will leave that to you. It is up to you to decide who is qualified to succeed the Ushinomiya family head, and who is fitting to bear the mark of the one-winged eagle. You will be witness. I refuse. I won't listen to the orders of a man who isn't the head. No, this is different. This is a will. The last order that the head left behind for you. Then it seems I will have to obey. The smell of dead fish, it was so rancid. That is honestly like... You could get the health department on their ass. That is really bad. What a good friend I am. I think not. Oh? You're only doing this because it caught your interest. Wow, why are you having these deep insights into Beato in your imagination, Natsuhi? Is magic real? I can't hide anything from you, can I? Yes, father. Go and overcome your hardship. Yes! To Natsuhi, that might have been nothing more than a simple response, but to Kinzo and Beatrice it seemed to carry a much greater significance. Beatrice nodded deeply, and with a motion as elegant as her dress, she bowed deeply before Natsuhi. The Ushiromiya family alchemist. Oh. The Ushiromiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch Beatrice, right here. I will give you my aid so that the Ushiromiya family can overcome crisis once again. Thank you. I will need your power. We will most certainly overcome these trials. I will not hold back on my support for your cause, but there is something I must warn you about beforehand. It will involve death, 13 people, including your daughter. I understand that your troubles now could be solved if I were to bestow a vast quantity of gold again, like I did when I saved Kinzo from his crisis. However, that is something I cannot do. I see. Sorry, Natsuhi. The contract for Beatrice's gold stated that it cannot be inherited. It was agreed that it could only be passed on to another if that person solves the witch's epitaph. The gold is sealed away by the epitaph. As long as that is not solved, I cannot give you the magic of gold. I understand. Then I shall search for another method by which we can save ourselves from this crisis. My husband said that his plan would take time, but he also said that it would definitely be sufficient to repay our debts. If we can buy enough time for that to happen, we will be able to overcome this trial. Good, Natsuhi. Continue. Not even his brain Kinzo can convince her that the epitaph will solve their problems, right? Right? But Kinzo is already dead. The doctor and servants are preparing his funeral. And you will be contacting the family members about it. The window of opportunity for you to raise money will be closed by your own hand. How charming is a guillotine where you lower the blade yourself? Natsuhi gasped and looked up at the ceiling. There wasn't actually anything there, but even so, Natsuhi had found something. So, the magical power has descended.
決まった
Natsuhi, have you made up your
わ
mind?
らわに望む奇跡の魔法が
What magic of miracles do you desire from me? All of those who had witnessed Kinzo's corpse were once again gathered in the study. Kraus was still very unsettled and clutching at his head. Genji was as expressionless as ever. Nanjo and Kumasawa wore bewildered expressions on their faces. But in stark contrast to all of them, Natsuhi's expression was resolute.
あなたにもう一度お尋ねします。
Dear, let me ask you one more time.
金策は間違いないのですね。
Your plan for raising money is absolutely certain? Yes?
1年いやせめて半年あれば必ず見れる計画なんだ。
Give it a year. No, just half a year, and it will certainly bear
し
fruit.
かし今すぐにはどうしても無理なのだ。
But it's just impossible to hope for anything right this second.
ならばそれを待ちましょう。
And we will wait.
しかしお前も言ったぞ。
But you said it yourself.
奴はもう死んでしまった。
Dad is already dead.
お父様はお亡くなりになどなっていませんよ。
Father hasn't passed away.
まだこうしてご健在であられます。
As you can see, he is as healthy as ever. I am going to become the world's best gaslighter. When Natsuhi said this, everyone looked up instantly startled, because they immediately understood what those words meant. However, Kraus alone didn't get it right away. Kraus! Kraus! I really want to know what Kraus's grades in school were. Kraus alone didn't get it right away and had to ask.
それはどういう意味だね。
What do you mean by that? I can't believe that pretending he's still alive was not Kraus's idea. That's so funny. He can't even come up with that by himself. It was Natsuhi's idea. Damn, I did not expect that. What do you mean by
親
that?
父はもう現にそこに。
Dad is right there, and he's...
繰り返します。
I will say it again.
お父様は未だにご健在であられます。
Father is still in good health.
ご自身の研究がお忙しいので、これまで以上に書斎を出ることはできません。
He is busy with his research, so he'll be even less able to leave his study than usual.
ですから私たちはお父様が研究に専念できるように外務をすべて執り行い、
Because of this, we must handle all external affairs
お父様
ourselves,
に不要なお仕事が及ばないようにしなくてはなりません。
so that Father can devote himself to his research without being burdened by meaningless tasks.
つまりそれはこれまでと何ら変わらないということ。
In short, nothing will change from the way things have been up until
理
now.
解できていますね、源氏。
Do you understand, Genji?
はい。
Yes.
片翼のわしの家具はこれからも親方様にお仕えいたします。
The furniture of the one-winged eagle will continue to serve the master.
熊沢、そして南條先生、
Kumasawa, and you, Dr. Nanjo.
私の話は理解できましたね。
Do you understand what I'm saying?
その
Oh,
それでいいのかね、夏井さん。
is this really what you want to do, Natsuhi-san?
お父様は確かに今日お亡くなりになったかもしれません。
It may be true that father passed away today,
しかし今この場にいる私たち全員が信じることで お父様を蘇らせる魔法を使うことができます。
But if everyone here right now believes, we can use magic to revive father.
無理ですよ、奥様。
It's impossible, madam.
そんな、いくらなんでも。
That's just too much.
解剖すれば死亡時期を特定される。
The time of death will be determined during the
死ん
autopsy.
がられることは避けられん。
We can't stop it from looking suspicious.
お父様はお亡くなりにならないのですから、解剖などされる言われはありませんよ。
Her smile. Damn, Natsuhi. I didn't think you had it in you. Nacho and Genji's chess game was a total fabrication. It was? They couldn't just do some chess in the servant room, like in episode 1? Father will not pass away, so there will be no reason for there to be an autopsy. Of course, she wasn't planning to make Kinzo live forever. The fake life given to Kinzo would only last until Kraus could repay his debts. Yeah, I thought that's the one you were talking about. Well, I think they were witnessed playing chess in episode 1. Oh yeah, it was left unfinished because Genji died first, I think. Yeah. Unless you're talking about Nanjo and Kinzo's game, either that was fake or it was left alone forever. After that... Okay, that's what you meant. I thought you meant when Nanjo and Genji were playing chess in episode 1. I'm like, why would that be fake? You meant Nanjo and Kinzo. Yeah, I guess they just left it alone. After that, Kinzo's soul would finally be able to sleep in peace. But yeah, their little chess games, their yaoi moments were all made up. No! Nanjo repeated himself that the time of death would be discovered during the autopsy, but Natsuhi said again that this wouldn't be a problem. Gaslighting so hard, Natsuhi. Natsuhi's...
死亡届によってお亡くなりになるのではありません。
Yeah! Gaslight... gatekeep girl boss Natsuhi, let's go! Father will not pass away by being reported dead.
そうか。
Oh, I see.
失踪届か。
He'll be reported missing. After clapping his hands together, Kraus stood up, shaking his fists. Oh, eventually, when the cat's out of the bag, they'll be like, he's missing, haha. Yes. Isn't this also something Eva accused them of? This is so funny. She was right about everything.
借金が無事に返済でき、お父様にお休みいただける準備が整ったなら、その時
Oh my
お父様
god.
が失踪を宣言します。
I'm pretty sure Eva, like, accused them of this very thing. This is so funny. Yes. Once we've managed to pay back the debt and finish the preparations to lay father to rest, we will then announce that father has disappeared. Rokenjima's vast, uncultivated forest was the perfect place to stage a disappearance. One day, Kinzo would go out to the forest for a walk and never return. They would search for him without success and then be forced to report his disappearance.
失踪なら死体がなくても死亡届を出せる。
If he disappears, we can file a report of his death without even without a
つま
corpse.
り死亡時期を隠せるということだ。
In other words, we can conceal the time of death.
どうだ、南條先生。
What do you think, Dr.
これな
Nanjo?
ら何の問題もない。
There won't be any problems this way.
確かにそういうことにはなります
I was like, Nanjo's like, this is my BFF, guys. Like, yes, I can see the logic, but
それで良いのですか、奥様。
Are you sure about this, madam?
確かに私たちが黙っていれば、親方様
Yes, if all of us can keep
がお
quiet,
亡くなりになられたのは秘密にできるかもしれません。
then perhaps we could keep it a secret that the master has passed
で
away.
すが、どこでどう間違って誰かに知られないとも。
But there are so many ways that one of us could slip up and allow someone to find out.
熊沢、声が大きいです。
Kumasawa, keep your voice down.
お父様はあちらでお休み中なのですよ。
Have you forgotten that father is sleeping right over there? Yeah, gaslight, gatekeep girl boss Natsuhi.
起こしてしまわれるつもりですか？
Are you trying to wake him? It isn't a corpse. Kinzo is sleeping. As Natsuhi said that, Kinzo lay quietly on the bed, as though there was nothing at all odd about her words. Makes you wonder how much she is lying to others versus actually believing her own delusions. Oh no, Natsuhi! How much are you lying to people or believing your own delusions? Okay, we're changing time.
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。
Come, try to remember.
そなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
What form did you have?
そなたがどんな日々を謳歌していたのか。
What sort of life did you enjoy? Once again, a storm of gold butterflies started to swirl, covering Kinzo's cold body. Then, after the butterflies exploded into fine gold powder and disappeared, just like those fairy tales that have been told over and over since long ago, Kinzo slowly opened his eyes and sat up.
お父様。
Father!
夏先に我が名誉のために断っておくぞ。
Natsuhi, let me first make one thing clear.
私は生への執着からそなたにこれをそそのかしたのではない。
I did not coax you into doing this because I have an attachment to life.
嘘つ
You
き。多
liar.
少は予見していたであろう
Don't tell me you didn't anticipate this at least a
が。ど
little.
うだ、金
How does it feel,
蔵。体
Kinzo?
の方
How is your body?
悪くはないが、どこか夢の中のような感じ。
It isn't bad, but it feels somewhat like being in a dream.
重みがない。
I feel light.
この世にとどまることを許されぬ存在が未だとどまっているのだ。
A being not permitted to remain in this world still remains here.
多少の不自由は諦めよ。
You'll have to accept a little discomfort.
お体は本当に大丈夫なのですか？
Is your body truly alright?
本当に大丈夫なのですか？
Are you really alright?
むしろ心地よいくらいだ。
Actually, this feels quite pleasant.
これが死後の世界の感覚ならば、幽霊気取りも捨てたものではないぞ。
If this is what the world after death feels like, playing the part of a ghost might not be so bad.
これにてどうか。
Ghost! How is this, Natsuhi?
金蔵はよみがえっ
Kinzo has
た。
revived.
故に葬儀は不要。
That means a funeral is unnecessary.
そなたの苦難はこれにて解決だ。
Your hardship has been resolved.
ベアトリーチェ。
As Natsuhi tried to find words of gratitude, Beatrice wagged her index finger and spoke, like Miles Edgeworth and... I mean more like Manfred von Karma.
感謝の言葉はいらぬぞ。
There's no need for thanks.
支配者は傲慢であればよい。
A ruler should be proud.
わらわは頼みは聞かぬが、命令には従うのでな。
I do not pay heed to requests, but I do follow orders. So, Ushinomiya Natsuhi, are you a Sigma or an Alpha?
それでも言います。
I'll say it even so. Oh, ghouls! Yeah, I kept thinking of that, Dan.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
これで 主人のために時間が稼げます。
This way. You've bought some time for my
あと
husband.
は私たちの仕事です。
We will handle the rest. Well, we were trying to come up with more ships for Natsuhi. I guess Beatrice and Natsuhi now.
しかし夏日
Be
心せ
warned? Be warned,
確
Natsuhi.
かに金蔵は蘇ったがそれは永遠ではない
Kinzo may have revived, but that is not an eternal
我
thing.
が魔力が続く限りである
It will only continue as long as my magic does.
半魔法の毒素により
Hey,
魔法は破られてしまう
congratulations!
かもしれぬことを心せよ
Not recommended? Why not? Look at all this happening right now. Why not, Cece? Yay, Red Mage 70. Be warned that the anti-magic toxin might destroy the
魔
magic.
法の断りを正しく理解しその維持に努めよ
You must understand the laws of magic correctly and work hard to maintain it.
わらわはそなたに奇跡を見せるがそれをつかみとどめるのは
I
そ
can
なた
show you a miracle, but it is your role to grasp it and hold it together. This is kind of like the beginning of episode 3.
無論です。
Of
あ
course.
なたにもらったこの奇跡を私たちは決しておろそかにしません。
We won't neglect the miracle you have given us.
それ
Very good.
なるほどな
I see.
主と畳は新しい方がいいというのは本当らしい
It seems masters do need to be changed every once in a while, just like floor mats.
気に入った
I like it.
わらわはそなたに仕えようぞ
I shall serve you.
後ろ宮夏日我こそは後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師黄金の魔女ベアトリーチ
Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I am the Ushiromiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch
いつ
Beatrice.
でも我が名を呼ぶがよいさすれば現れわらわはそなたに奇跡を授けるであろう
Call my name whenever you wish. I shall then appear and grant you a miracle.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
私は後宮夏日。
I am Ushiromiya
あ
Natsuhi.
なたを刺激し、後宮家の名誉を守ります。
I will employ you to protect the honor of the Ushiromiya family by killing my own daughter and most of my nieces and nephews, except Battler, who can't seem to die first for some reason. The day of the family conference of the previous year, 1985. Wait, so he's been dead a whole year? Wait, I forgot when the first flashback was. Shit. Lol, that dead bitch. Yeah. Come on, fast, 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 fast. Oh, 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 oh. This is more like it. Oh, this is what I need. This is what I need. No, it didn't show. It doesn't show it in the message browser what the time was. F. I just need 6 months, Natsuhi. Wow. Yeah. So a whole year, and they're still in the same situation. Nice going, Kraus. So they were holding up the farce for over a year. Did they stick Kinzo in a freezer then? So they could burn his corpse and still have it look sufficiently corpse-like? Did they freeze him? Where did they freeze him? The rose garden was truly splendid this year. The roses were blooming like crazy, as though they were competing with each other. Holy shit, over a year? In that rose garden, Kinzo, Kanon, and Natsuhi could be seen. Oh, wait, Kinzo? Wait, is this real? Is this... yeah, I can't remember when the other time was. Okay, maybe this is a further flashback and Kinzo is alive? Kinzo, Kanon, and Natsuhi could be seen.
今年も
once again. The flowers have grown wonderfully this
お
year.
前の手入れの賜物か。
It must be the result of your
あ
care.
りがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
今年は気候が良かったもので、
The weather just happened to be good this year.
普段にも増して庭園が美しく保たれていますね。
Thanks to your care, the garden is even more beautiful than usual. Probably makes sense the time of death is easier to fake. Yeah.
見事です。
Good work.
ありがとうございます。
No, her confidence. He has to have been dead over a year. Fuck.
今日という日でさえなかったな。
If today weren't so special.
バラをめでながら紅茶を楽しむこともできただろうに。
We might have been able to admire the roses while enjoying some black tea. Kind of being like, I don't get paid enough to deal with this. Yeah. It's the Beatrice corpse revived Kinzo. Kinzo shrugged. Today was the family conference. When it came to the other siblings' businesses, they hadn't heard anything good. I'm like, where do they keep his corpse frozen so that nobody will find it? When it came to the other siblings' businesses, they hadn't heard anything good. On the contrary, those siblings probably planned to turn the conversation to the topic of Kinzo's remaining life and hold a quiet feud over the inheritance.
不愉快なやつ。
Those people are quite unpleasant.
時にクラウスの方はどうなのか。
They install a meat freezer in his room, clearly? Where? Where? Those people are quite unpleasant. By the way, what about Kraus?
例の借金返済の計画は無事に進んでいるのか。
In the closet? By the way, what about Kraus? Is that debt repayment plan of his proceeding well?
確かに
Devil's proof, I do not need to explain. Okay. I feel like there was red text at some point about the, was there ever any red text about the, study? It really does seem to be a realistic plan.
計画の規模がだいぶ大きいようで、なかなか思い通りに結実しないようです。
However, the scale of the plan appears to be quite large, and it doesn't seem to be bearing fruit as well as he expected.
可能ならば今日の新
Happy
作会
Pride
議を
Month.
迎える前に何とかしたかったものだ。
If possible, I'd hope that something could be done before today's family conference. Yes,
申し訳ございません。
my apologies. Hey, give me 6 months, Natsuhi. Are you sure that's all right,
そんな
Kinzo?
ところをのんびり散歩しておって。
Casually walking around in a place like that. How had she gotten up there? Well, it's pretty pointless to wonder about that sort of thing when you're dealing with a witch. Beatrice was casually sitting on the roof of the arbor, almost as though she had been basking in the sun. And she just like does a big old leap and lands. Those relatives are like a massive lump of the anti-magic toxin, and they'll be intruding on us. If you bump into them, your soul will evaporate in an instant, so you must never see them.
すでに死んだ身だ。
I am already dead.
蒸発もまた小気味が良いというもの。
Even evaporating would be no detriment.
そういうわけには参りません。
We can't have that happen. I need you to give me pep
ど
talks.
うかお城宮家のためにもうしばらくお力をお貸しください。
Please, for the sake of the Ushinomiya family, lend us your strength just a little longer.
夏日、親族どもの乗った船がこちらへ向かったようだぞ。
Natsuhi. It seems that the boat with the relatives on it has left the harbor.
そろそろ散歩は終わりにした方がよかろうな。
It might be a good idea to end your walk soon.
そうですか。
Is that so?
ありがとう。
Thank you.
お父様は書斎へお戻りください。
Please return to the study, Father.
やれ
Just great.
この絶好の日和なんて
Shame that I must go back
残念
when the weather is so perfect.
愚痴るな金
Don't grumble, Kinzo.
蔵。今のそなたはわらわに生かされているだけの幽霊であろうが。
Right now, you are nothing more than a ghost that I gave life
そ
to.
なたに毒素で消し飛ばれてはわらわも夏日も困るのでな。
It'll be troublesome for both me and Natsuhi if you're scattered away by the
おと
toxin.
なしく書斎へ閉じこもり布団でもかぶっておれ。
Just be a good boy. Shut yourself away in the study and put a blanket over yourself or something.
死してなおバラをめでる機会を与えられただけでも興奮とするほかないな
Just being given the chance to enjoy the roses, even after death, makes me extremely fortunate. A ghost! I understand.
書斎へ戻ろう
I shall return to the study.
だが紅茶はもらい
But I would like some black tea.
たい源氏に紅茶を届けるように伝え
Karon, tell Genji to bring me some. I know, he would not say that. I agree.
今日はマルコ・ポーロでももらおう
Some Marco Polo would be nice today.
かしこまりました。
Yeah, Natsuhi's idealized vision of Kinzo in her head. Certainly.
では解散しよ
Then let's go our separate ways.
う夏日
Natsuhi, you are the daughter I never had. You are as beautiful as the rising sun. I love you so much. You should be the next head of the Ushiromiya family, not your husband. Well, I mean, I think it's probably natural that Genji would have at least informed Shannon and Kanon so that there's no miscommunication, I guess. Since they've sold their souls to the cause and everything. Or Natsuhi is willing to turn living people into imaginary friends, which would be very funny. Yeah, that would be funny. Then let's go our separate ways, Natsuhi.
私抜きで見事親族会議をこなして
Because they're furniture. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I want you to conduct the family conference splendidly without me,
もちろんです、お父様。
even if Eva bullies you. You go, girlfriend. You are so hot. Eva doesn't hold a candle to you. Of course, father. Aren't they also part of the take care of Kinzo
彼らの
team? Or
前
are
で
they?
名乗ることはできませんが、主人はすでに
Yeah.
後ろ宮家当主
Yeah, it's Genji, Kanon, and Shannon were the only ones allowed in the room, so I think they know. They were the... Yeah, isn't that a funny coincidence now? They were the only ones allowed in the study. Huh. Yeah, they'd have to be in on it. Of course, father. He can't say it in front of them. But my husband is already the Ushiromiya family head.
私もその妻として恥ずかしくないよう微力を尽くします。
And I will do all I can to see that I don't embarrass him as his wife.
朝からいつを起こしているクラウス
Shannon sure is real.
夏日はな
Hashtag blame Shannon. Compared to Kraus, who's had a stomach ache since this morning, you are so very composed, Natsuhi.
我が息子が情けない
My son is quite hopeless. Slay, queen. You will do so well today. Or Kanon Triss, Genji Triss, but Shannon Triss is funnier. Hashtag blame Shannon, still not running into any roadblocks. Yeah.
主人にも主人の才能があります。
My husband is talented in his own way.
その及ばぬところを支えてこそ私は妻なのです。
Supporting him where he's weak is my duty as his wife. It's jumping all over all of them on horseback! Oh my god.
しっかりやれ。
Give it your best.
私が茶番の邪魔にならぬようおとなしく閉じこもっているとしよう。
I will make sure to stay shut away so that I don't get in the way of this farce. Things Kinzo would never say. Along with, you go get him, Natsuhi. You go, girlfriend. You show them a good time. You're the best.
カノン、
Yes, Queen Natsuhi.
お父
Kanon,
様を書斎までお連れしなさい。
go with father to the study.
それから現地に紅茶の手配を。
And then have Genji serve some black tea.
肩を借りるほど猛録しておらぬ。
I'm not so senile that I need your help to stand up. Here I go. Refusing Kanon's attempt to lend him a hand, Kinzo rose from the flower bed he had been sitting on. The retired head left everything in Natsuhi's hands and returned to the study at a gentle pace.
様になっているぞ。
You're looking well.
金蔵の亡き妻にも似た貫禄があるな。
You possess a sense of dignity similar to Kinzo's deceased wife. Oh, this is how Kinzo's wife acted?
万一お父様が半魔法の毒素にやられたら。
On the off chance that the anti-magic toxin does get to father,
魔法は瞬時に溶けてしまうのですか？
will the magic dissolve in an instant?
うん。
Yes,
瞬く間だ。
in the blink of an eye.
わらわは姿を消せばよいが。
I can simply erase my form if
すでに亡
necessary.
者の金蔵は姿を失えばたちまちのうちに太陽の風に吹き飛ばされ塵と消える。
But if someone already dead, such as Kinzo, loses his form, he will be blown away by the winds of the sun and disappear like dust in a matter of seconds.
用心せよ。
You must take care. Yes,
分かっています。
I understand.
そなたには魔女の才能があるかもしれない。
You might have talent as a
半
witch.
魔法の毒素をためにためて年を重ねたの。
The anti-magic toxin has been building up in your system over the years.
そなたは魔法を理解して。
And yet you are still able to understand magic.
わらわとの出会いが幼少の頃であったなら、そなたは今頃偉大なる魔女だったかもしれない。
If you and I had met during your youth, you might have become a powerful witch by now.
私は後宮クラウスの妻で当主夫人です。
I am Ushiromiya Krause's wife, the head's wife.
名誉を守るためならば魔女にも鬼にもなりましょう。
I would become even a witch or a demon to protect his honor. Didn't she say that in episode 1?
あなたの魔法の力には深く感謝します。
I am deeply grateful for the power of your magic.
後宮家の名誉はあなたの力なくして守れませんでした。
I wouldn't have been able to protect the honor of the Ushiromiya family without you.
その話は機会を改めよ
Let's discuss that at another
う。
time.
その際はぜひ女同士二人きりでのんびり紅茶を楽しみたいものだな。
I like to enjoy it with just the two of us women drinking tea. Are you sure you don't want to ship them? Are you sure it'd be a bad idea, Cece?
スリランカに行った友人がバラの香りの素敵な紅茶を送ってくれました。
A friend of mine who went to Sri Lanka sent me some black tea with a wonderful rose fragrance.
おお、ディンブラか。
Oh, you mean Dimbula?
悪くない。
That isn't bad.
ならば茶受けはパティスが良いぞ。
Is this a uniquely bad idea? Is this a hint as to Beato's true identity? Is it Jessica or something? That isn't bad. Then you should also have Petis on the
この度の
side.
親族会議が無事にごまかし通せたなら、わらわへの褒 美としてそれをぜひに振る舞え。
You must serve me some as a reward if I manage to trick everyone for the whole upcoming family
約束
conference.
であるぞ。
Promise me now. It's something in episode 5 you'll see. Uh-oh. Okay.
わかりました。
Understood.
約束しましょ
I promise.
う。後ほ
Then I'll see you later. Beatrice is Kraus? What? So shipping a husband and her and a husband and his wife is a bad idea? Understood. I promise. Then I'll see you later.
後ほどな。
Ushinomiya family gold is on the moon. That's why they're doing the moon tourism. You're heterophobic. Later it is. But is it heterophobic if Kraus is now Beatrice? Like, congratulations on the transition. The witch made her body crumble into the rustling winds, became gold flower petals, and scattered into the thin air. Clipping the screenshot. But cutting the clip before the P. Peeing? No, I'm just kidding. Natsuhi watched her go, then turned on her heels and headed for the mansion. After that, there was no one left in the rose garden. Finally. Nom de Delta.
さてと
Alright
ここで
then.
ブレイクタイムね。
It's break
ここ
time.
までの展開だけど、なんか文句ある？
Any complaints about how things have gone so far?
何もないわよ。
None at all.
おしっこしたいならさっさと行ってくれば。
If you gotta pee, why don't you just go and do it? Oh, peeing. Dan, predicting the future yet again.
きっといい草ね。
She really, yeah, Burncastle really said go piss girl. What a rude thing to say, go piss
君は
girl.
もう死んでるのよ。
Kinzo is already dead, remember?
それがこうして歩き回って言葉を交わしてるじゃない。
But he's walking around and talking, isn't he?
それって魔法ってことにしちゃってもいいのかしら？
Doesn't that mean this is magic?
まあ、ベルにはこんな手今さら通用しないわよね。
Well, I doubt this move would work on you after all this time,
しか
Burn.
しあなたはどうかしら？バト
What about you, Battler? Oh, so they're nice enough to catch Battler up with what's happened so far. How nice of them.
これっておかしいでしょ？
Isn't this weird?
心臓を蘇らせた魔法の存在を認めざるを得ないんじゃない？
Don't you have to accept the existence of the magic that revived Kinzo?
もしそれがベアトの真似のつもりならば、
If you're trying to imitate
不愉
Beato,
快だから即刻やめろ。
stop it right now, because it's pissing me off.
やっぱわかる？
Figured it out?
それでほらほら、バトラはどう答えてみせるわけ？
And come on, how are you gonna answer,
こ
Battler?
うして金蔵がカッポしていることを。
Kinzo was just out for a stroll.
いつものゲームみたいに頭を抱えて、こんなのわけわかんねえよって何事聞かせてよ。
Why don't you do what you usually do and start holding your head, crying, this doesn't make any
そ
sense?
して全然ダメだぜ。手を約束の口癖で、お得意のとんでもでぜひ反論を聞かせてよ。
Come on, use that old "it's no goddamn good at all" catchphrase and let me hear your classic crazy counterargument.
死んだはずの人間が歩き回れるわけないものね。
There's no way that a human who's supposed to be dead could be walking around, right?
集団妄想を見せる 未知のウイルス六軒島症候群の仕業とか。
Is this all because of some unknown virus called the Rokkenjima syndrome, which causes mass
六
delusions?
軒島だけに住む謎の蝶の鱗粉に幻覚作用がとか。
Or do the scales of a mysterious form of butterfly that only lives on Rokkenjima happen to be hallucinogenic? Were these actual arguments that were in the forums? I want to know. Give me some small bombs. Lambda, I hate you. Lambda, no spoilers. Lambda, no spoilers. Uh-oh.
謎の秘密組織山犬が作った集団妄想を見せる未知の薬物。
Katie, it's worse. What?
プルプルピコピオの仕業とか。
Or is it all because a mysterious secret organization called Yamainu made an as of yet undiscovered drug called Puro Puro Pico Puyo, which causes mass delusions?
素敵なとんでもいっぱい聞かせてよ。
Let me hear tons of this wonderful crap. Yeah!
うるさい、黙れ。
Just shut up.
こんなのは問題にもならない。
This isn't even a problem. Grandfather is dead at this point in time. At least one of those is a real honest-to-God Higurashi spoiler. Oh yeah, there was a mass delusion, right? Oh no, the Puro Puro Pico Puyo is actually a thing in Higurashi. They called it Puro Puro Pico Puyo? Damn. Grandfather is dead at this point in time. There's no way he exists.
それを存在するかのように振る舞っているのは
The only reason everything's behaving is though he actually
なん
exists.
とかじい様の死を隠して親族会議をごまかしきろうとする夏日おばさんの嘘だからだ。
Is because that's the lie that Aunt Natsuhi's creating in an attempt to hide grandfather's death and trick her way through the family conference. Oh,
夏日の嘘。
it's Natsuhi's lie?
嘘をつくと死者が蘇るの？
You can revive the dead by lying?
それって夏日の魔法じゃないの？
Wouldn't that make it Natsuhi's magic? Oh, get his
この
ass.
世界はブラウン管を除く前の世界。
This world is like a brown tube before you've looked in
開
it.
く前の猫箱の世界だ。
It's the world of the cat box before you open it.
夏日おばさんがじい様と一緒に散歩したと語り、誰にもそれが嘘であることを確認できない限り。
As long as Aunt Natsuhi said that she took a walk with grandfather, and as long as no one can confirm that that's a
夏日
lie,
おばさんがじい様とバラ庭園を散歩したことは夏日おばさんの事実として提示できる。
it's possible to display Aunt Natsuhi taking a walk in the rose garden with grandfather as Natsuhi's reality. So this is how... Okay, so this is something that was always stopping me when I was going before. I was like, how can they show stuff that doesn't happen? And so now they're finally explaining they can show bullshit if nobody else can confirm it as a lie. And since Kano's in on it, he can't confirm it as a lie. Okay, so that's something I'll have to keep in mind from now on, because that was something that was tough for me to reconcile. I'm glad they finally gave an explanation. No one could confirm that Eva Beatrice didn't suffocate Rose in a giant jello mold. Exactly. Once you saw the battle between Beato and Virgilia, you were always going off that idea. I don't blame you, honestly.
だからじい様が現れることができる。
That means it's possible for grandfather to appear. Clap, clap, clap. That extremely unflattering applause was coming from Burn Castle.
ブラボー。あなた、ベアトがいないと冷静なのね。
Bravo. You're much calmer without Beato around.
うるさい。
It's like, oh, here's some bullshit, and I'm like, oh, so the narrative is lying. They can maybe accept, like, character details. Quiet.
お前も黙れ。
You shut up, too.
お待ちなさいよバトラー。
Wait a second,
あ
Battler.
んたのご考説によるなら夏日しかいない場所には金蔵が現れることは確かに可能かもしれない。
According to your theory, sure, it might really be possible for Kinzo to appear if Natsuhi's the only person
夏
there.
日しかいない世界で夏日が金蔵を観測したと主張したなら誰にも否定はできないものね。
Oh yeah, I believe the Kirie thing. According to your theory, sure, it might really be possible for Kinzo to appear if Natsuhi's the only person there. If Natsuhi claims to have observed Kinzo in a world with no one except Natsuhi in it, then no one can deny it, right?
でもあの場にはカノンが居合わせて彼も金蔵を見てるのよ。
But Kanon was in the same place and he was also looking at Kinzo, right?
それをどう説明する気なのよ。
How would you explain that? She probably didn't actually talk about it during her gunfight with Gomez Adams. But you'll accept that she did have that resentment. Ah. How would you explain that?
全く問題ないな。
Strangely kind GM, I feel like, because Burncastle's right there. And she's having too much fun. She's only nasty when Burn's not around. That's no problem at
カノン
all.
君は後宮家に雇われてる使用人だ。
Kanon-kun is a servant who works for the Ushiromiya
夏
family.
おばさんにじい様の死を隠すために口裏を合わせるように命令されてるはずさ。
Aunt Natsuhi probably ordered him to keep to her story so that she can hide grandfather's
だ
death.
から夏日おばさんと同じように存在しないはずのじい様を見ることができる。
This means that, just like Aunt Natsuhi, Kanon can see grandfather even though grandfather isn't supposed to exist. Oh, she looked flustered for a second there.
あいにくね、ラムダ。
Too bad, Lambda.
もうバトラはその程度の子供騙しには引っかからないのよ。
Battler isn't going to fall for that kind of child's play anymore.
そうみたいね。
Seems so.
こんなのゲーム前の前座よ。
Well, this is nothing more than an opening before the
料理の
game.
前のアペリティフ。
Like an aperitif before a meal.
飲み屋のお通し、
An appetizer at a bar.
寿司屋の緑茶。
Green tea at a sushi restaurant.
うるせえ。
Shut up. Battler finally
青
using
して
his
言い直さなきゃ
brain.
先に進めねえのか。
Let's clap! Battler finally using his brain! Woo! Shut up. So we aren't gonna get anywhere unless I say it again in blue text.
そうね。
Looks like it.
一応もらえる？
Would you mind?
じい様がすでに死んでいるにもかかわらず何事もなかったかのようにカッ歩しているのは
The reason grandfather is strolling around like nothing happened, even though he's already
じい
dead,
様が生きていると思わせたい連中が生み出している幻想だからだ。
is that people who want to make it seem as though he's alive created an illusion of
同じ
him.
思惑を持つ人間たちはその幻想を共有できる。
Everyone with the same intention can share in that illusion.
そしてあたかもじい様が存在しついさっきまで一緒だったかのように語る。
Everyone with the same intention can share in that illusion. Then they talk as though grandfather actually exists and was with them until a second ago.
だからさも当然のようにカッ歩しているんだ。
That's why he's strolling around like it's perfectly natural.
よって 夏日おばさんに組みしていない人間の前にじい様の幻想が現れることはできない。
Because of this, the illusion of grandfather is unable to appear in front of people who aren't in on this with Aunt
だ
Natsuhi.
からこそ書斎に閉じこもって出てこないという設定が必要になるんだ。
That's why they needed to set it up so that he would shut himself away in his study and not come out. In the games before now, grandfather was always shut away in his study. We never met him directly. However, there were some people who spoke in a way that made it seem like he was locked up in his study in a bad mood, and who claimed to have met him only a short while ago. We blindly accepted that and Stella, Jesus. Man. We blindly accepted that and believed that grandfather was in the study. That's why it was possible for an illusion of grandfather to exist in the study. They really are answering stuff. That's right. In the games before now, the only people who met grandfather were Uncle Kraus, Aunt Natsuhi, and the servants. That's not true. Didn't Eva talk with him briefly in episode 1? Because they all stuck to the same... Oh, it's new blue text. Because they all stuck to the same story, an illusion of grandfather was able to exist on this island, making it seem like he was alive.
ご丁寧にもお前のゲームの冒頭で
You were even kind enough to show me a scene at the beginning of the game.
じい様の死を隠すために夏日おばさんが南條先生たちを言いくるめるシーンまで見せてくれたじゃねえか。
Of Aunt Natsuhi convincing Dr. Nanjo and the rest to cover up grandfather's death.
今さらこんな子供騙しには引っかからねえぜ。
I'm not gonna fall for this kind of cheap trick now.
やるじゃない。
Not bad.
未知の薬物プルプルピコプヨとか期待してたのに。
But I was hoping for the unknown drug Puru Puru Pico Puyo.
そんな妄言口にするわけもないでしょ。
There's no way he'd say something so ridiculous, right? Right? Battler, small bombs, Ushiromiya.
だってその存在を仮定することはファンタジーに屈したのと全く同じだもの。
After all, supposing that such a thing exists would be just as bad as surrendering to the fantasy genre. Like that terrible game, Higurashi no Naku Koro ni. What garbage.
ウイルスだろうと薬物だろうと病気だろうと未知の要素である限りノックス第4条に違反する。
Whether it's a virus or a drug or an illness, anything that hasn't been discovered yet is in violation of Nox's fourth commandment. Which means Professor Layton and the diabolical box is in flagrant violation of Nox's fourth commandment.
第4条って何の話だ？
What do you mean, fourth commandment?
ノックス第4条。
And the other terrible game, Wet Cat. When multiples make sounds loudly. When multiple make sounds loudly? Umineko when they cry. Damn! Oh boy, it's time to finally pull out Nox's commandments. Dan really pulling out the haterism again. Nox's fourth.
未知の薬物および難解な化学装置の使用を禁ず。
It is forbidden for unknown drugs or obscure scientific devices to be used.
殺人にこれを用いてはならないという規則よ。
It's a rule that these cannot be used for murder.
なんだそれ。
What?
未知の薬物 X。未知の化学装置 X は魔女と戦う上での一番の武器だろうが。
I don't know what world you've been living in, but unknown drug X and unknown scientific device X are the best kinds of weapons to use when fighting against a witch.
それ
Oh, that's a new Burn Castle face. Yes, those.
全部正式なミステリーでは違反だから。
They all violate the rules of proper mystery
未
stories.
知のウイルス
Supposing an unknown
未知の
virus,
薬物
an unknown drug,
未知の病
an unknown sickness.
気未知の X を仮定なんて立派なファンタジーなわ
Or an unknown X was used puts it totally in the fantasy
け。ご
genre.
愁傷様。
My
それ
condolences.
があなたの推理だったなら、あなたゲームオーバーよ。
If that was your theory, then it's game over for you. Hey! Look, I'm still not accepting these magical fucking girls who are also apparently dimension hopping witches from another game entirely can even be arguing over whether or not magic is real. Hey! What are you talking
あ
about?
なたは
Burn talking directly into the camera like, you idiot. Did you believe small bombs? You think you've been fighting in direct opposition to Beato. Oh, she's got the colon 3 face
で
again.
もね、本当は違うのよ。
But that's not actually
真
true.
正面じゃない。
You haven't been in direct
ずれ
opposition.
た角度で戦い合ってたの。
You've been fighting from a diagonal
あ
angle.
なたがしてた推理ごっこはファンタジー対ミステリーじゃない。
All this playing detective you've done hasn't been fantasy versus mystery.
ファンタジー対アンチファンタジーでしかないのよ。
It's only been fantasy versus anti-fantasy.
何を言ってやがるのかさっぱりわからない。
I don't have a clue what you're talking about.
だが、一つだけわかることがある。
But there's one thing I do
俺
get.
のこれまでの戦い方にケチをつけたいらしいってことだ。
It sounds like you're saying there's something wrong with the way I've been fighting.
私たちは魔女幻想というファンタジーを殺すために戦ってるのよ。
We are fighting to kill the fantasy known as the witch illusion.
それはつまりこの物語を正式なミステリーで解釈するということ。
That means interpreting this tale as a proper mystery.
つまりミステリーの禁忌に触れるすべての要素は初めから無視して書かれということよ。
In other words, from the very start, we have to forget about any and all elements that would violate the taboos of the mystery genre.
無視だと。
Forget about them?
例えばこれまでのゲームで何度も密室殺人があったでしょ。
For example, several locked room murders have occurred in the games before now, right?
ああ。
Yeah?
あなたはベアトとその度に犯行現場で隠し扉が存在しないかどうか
At every single crime scene to make sure there are no hidden
随分と熱
doors.
心に確認していたわね。
You've been enthusiastically checking with Beato, haven't you?
まるでそれ自体が戦いであるかのように。
Weaving a flashy bunch of red truths together all over the place.
赤き真実を織り交ぜてガキンガキンと派手に。
Almost as though that itself was the battle.
あれ、私に言わせると時間の無駄。
I call that a waste of time.
だってノックス第3条で明記されてるんだもの。
After all, it's clearly specified by Nox's third
秘
commandment.
密の通路の存在を禁ず。
It is forbidden for hidden passages to
ミス
exist.
テリーではね、秘密の通路はあっちゃいけないの。
In the mystery genre, hidden passages mustn't
つま
exist.
り正式なミステリーとして解釈しようとする場合、
So when trying to interpret everything as a proper
隠
mystery,
し扉があるのかどうかなんて論争、初めからしたら負けなのよ。
having a debate over whether there are hidden doors or not is a defeat from the beginning, don't you see?
だってないんだから。
After all, there aren't any.
存在するかもしれないと疑う時点でもうゲームオーバー。
Yeah? Yeah? As soon as you suspect that they might exist, then it's already game over for you.
つまり犯行現場に隠し扉が存在しないことが証明されてないから 推理できないなんて。
In other words, the way you assume that you can't use reason just because it hasn't been proven that hidden doors don't exist at the crime scene
甘ったれたあなたはミステリー失格。
makes you simply naive and a failure at mysteries. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? What is it, Dan?
その時点でゲームオーバー。
You've already lost once you start thinking that. Not more than one hidden passage is allowed? Oh!
ミステリーで解釈する戦いをしてるつもりだったんでしょ。
You were trying to interpret everything within the bounds of the mystery genre, right? Number 2 is the reasoning why the commandments exist.
ならミステリーのお約束にちゃんと従わなきゃ。
Then you've got to follow its conventions. Oh, is this blue girl? Is this blue girl? Your face? I saw that face.
そういうことよ。
That's how it is.
すべての犯行現場には隠し扉が存在してはならないの。
Hidden doors must not exist at any of the crime
だ
scenes.
からその存在を確かめる行為はすべて時間の無駄ってわけ。
Aren't there multiple versions of Nox's rules, or am I just thinking of something else? That means you do... The reason why this rule is here is because you should default to assuming all things are normal until stated or hinted otherwise. So maybe Lambda Delta phrased it that way because if Battler heard there can't be more than one hidden passage, he's like, that means there's got to be a hidden passage. Is this the one where there's a hidden passage? The one hidden passageway is accounted for. Oh yeah, with Kuadorion, right? Oh, and the gold. Right, the gold. That is a hidden passageway. True. That means everything you do to try and check whether they exist or not is a waste of time.
お前が言ってるのはあれだろ
I think I know what you're talking about. In a custom-built mansion built by a crazy person where there is also a secret entrance that leads to gold, and presumably a second passageway to Kuadorion, that rule no longer holds as much sway. I mean... maybe there's no passages that lead directly from the mansion at any of the crime scenes. There was only one crime scene that was really... all the really outdoors crime scenes were in the last chapter, which was like a mess. So it's dumb to jump to such a conclusion as your first guess. Yeah, I think she's trying to prevent him from doing that. I think I know what you're talking about.
どこかで聞いたな
I've heard about it somewhere.
推理小説の条件10箇条みたいなやつだった
Is this like the 10 basic rules for mystery novels or something?
ええ、そうよ。
Yeah, that's right.
時代の魔女狩り大司教ノックスが振りかざす魔女をうがつ10本のくさびよ。
They're the 10 witch-piercing wedges brandished by Nox, the peerless archbishop of witch hunting.
それこそが魔女幻想というファンタジーと真正面から戦い打ち破るための正しい武器。
Those are the true weapons with which to fight and defeat the fantasy known as the witch illusion head-on.
さすがベルね。
Just like you, Burn.
厄介な武器を持ち込むこと。
Bringing in such annoying weapons. But the point of good mystery fiction is that the solution is intended to be solvable using the proof that exists in the narrative. I mean, that's what they're saying. And apparently, It is solvable. With proof that exists in the narrative. If the answer uses something that isn't brought up ahead of time, then it's worthless. Yeah, I think that's what they were just saying. And that's why she's like, you can't use mysterious thing X. But the instant it gets brought up, it's fair game. Yeah. Bringing in such annoying weapons. They're the fantasy side's worst enemies. So you deny the existence of hidden doors right from the start without even investigating the crime scene. Yeah, lest there literally cannot be any hidden passageways anywhere on the island, but the solution to these cases is not some bullshit hidden passageway, rest assured. Okay. That's what sounds like fantasy to me. Hydrate, thank you. Ha. Well, we're taking Battler by the hand, baby walking, baby steps in how to actually form an argument. You should be proud, B. What? Lambda, who's in charge of the witch side, and thus it is also not some bullshit fictional virus or bullshit future tech, etc. This is episode 5, yeah. So like, this person who has no reason to know how to pick a lock can pick a lock is bullshit. Ah, yeah, true. So Devil's Proof is like a blunt weapon. I mean, we kind of are, B. We kind of are. Burncastle replaced Battler in this game. And now Battler is being caught up on what's already happened. But if the character knowing how to pick locks was foreshadowed, it would be valid. Yeah, you know, Beato was kind of like catatonic. Yeah, Bernie's playing directly. Lambda, who's in charge of the witch side, is fantasy against Lambda Delta. Because Beato is like non-responsive at the moment. She's blue screening. So Lambda Delta is like, I can't just wait around. We're just gonna make a new game, and I'm the game master. So basically, like, Lambda Delta and Burncastle have like stolen the chessboard and we're playing with each other. And then Battler stumbled in late, like, okay, I can't just let this happen. I need to be in on this. And so now they're catching him up to speed. Lambda, who's in charge of the witch side, is fantasy. I'm the one who's fighting her. Mystery. What are you? The most you can do is repeatedly dodge and deny fantasy, which makes you merely anti-fantasy. Beatrice watched too much Skibidi Toilet, got mega brain rot. That's why she is the way she is right now, obviously. Jeremy wanted to remind you. Oh yes, I do know that. I have my alarm set for 3:40 in the morning. Wish me luck. The most you can do is repeatedly dodge and deny fantasy, which makes you merely anti-fantasy. Bonk. You're opposed to absolutely everything, but you can make no counter-proposals. You're like a politician from some government. Get his ass! Also, you're drowning in the text again, Burncastle. You're drowning in the drags. Shut up. I didn't come here to speak gibberish with you two. Lambda was also drowning. You could just say fantasy is a storybook genre, and that this is reality or something. Shut up. I didn't come here to speak gibberish with you two.
話を続けろ。
Just get on with the story.
静かになさいよ。
Quiet down.
あんたの後ろの眠り姫が辛そうよ。
That sleeping princess behind you is suffering, you know. Beato! When he turned around, he saw Beato's living corpse resting in a chair. Yeah. She's not been beaten. She really wants to die. She wanted to throw in the towel and be like, Battler, you win. I just want to end it. Fucking kill me. But he's incapable of doing so because he's missing something. Battler took too long to understand, so she threw in the towel. I think about her. Well, she wanted. I think she's just checked out. Yeah. Battler hasn't solved who she is yet, so she can't die. Yes, that's exactly it, Dan. I think you missed that part. That was the whole stinger at the end of episode 4. That was challenging you to find out who Beatrice is. Yes, that's exactly it. However, sweat glistened all over her body, and it felt like she was breathing a little harder than normal. I know, this is different. She was like totally non-responsive before. Maybe like making a sound or like twitching an eyebrow sometimes. She looked as though she was suffering from a high fever.
Beato.
You were there for Who Am I? And then it goes to the tea party. Okay, you were there for that.
どうしたんだ? 大丈夫か?
Beato, what's wrong? Are you okay?
大丈夫かって。
What do you mean,
あん
okay?
たおかしなこと言うのね。
You sure do say some strange
その子を
things.
殺すためにあんたは戦ってるんでしょうが。
You're fighting to kill that girl.
あんたに合わせて第5のゲームを改装しているけれど、
We've rewound this 5th game for your benefit.
ゲームは今ベルンがかなり追い込んでいて、魔女元素を打ち破ろうとしているの。
But where we're at right now, Burns cornered me pretty good, and she's about to break through the witch illusion. Why does he care? Because he's a simp. My god, shut up, Delta. I'm gonna smash you through your several brick walls.
その存在が否定されかかってるんだもの。
That girl's existence has been almost completely denied.
苦しむのは当然だわ。
It's only natural that she's suffering. Yeah, because he's an idiot.
あなただって今
Even just now.
金像が存在するわけがないと魔女幻想を打ち破ったわ。
Based? What did I do that's based? Even just now, you smashed a witch illusion by saying there was no way Kinzo existed. Because redacted also thanks.
あなたの攻撃がベアトに通った証拠よ。
Am I? Because he's a simp? Okay. Thanks. Hey, fuck witches, except they're hot, so like, fuck witches, am I right? Yeah. This is the proof that your attack reached Beato. You're hurting her by doing this. This agony of hers. I tried to at least wipe away the sweat on Beato's forehead with a handkerchief. Aw, fuck witches get money. Does he have a still living little sister waiting for him? Yeah. But also he wants to dab the sweat from her forehead with a little hanky. It's true I promised Beato that I'd let her die. But that was supposed to be peacefully. I wasn't planning to make her suffer first. My goal isn't to make the sleeping Beato suffer like this before killing her. As if the complicated feelings inside me were plain as day to them. The two witches grinned together. What? Yes, that's correct. Damn it, Aniki. Dad overheard because you kept yelling about the inheritance. It isn't my fault. How was I supposed to know? He just happened to be in the corridor and heard. It was an unlucky coincidence. Could you two give it a rest? Yes, I think it is. I like how you would be able to notice that, Alexi. You must be watching closely. There's been a lot of new expressions for a lot of people this time. Oh, that's she's been holding the fan before. It's a fan, but I think the face is different. Maybe the pose is a little bit. This time the death will be permanent. Oh no. Could you two give it a rest? Just call it our bad luck this time and give it up. Yeah. Oh, chapter 3. Well, wait. I mean, if she's the killer, and chapter 3 is also where she found the gold. You ain't paying attention, you just want to have... It's possible that the passage to the gold and the passage to Kuadorion are part of the same passage. That it branches a little. The thing that killed them in the OG timeline is still out there. Oh, Eva might be the killer. I mean, she freaky then. Yeah. Rowan was just arguing earlier that Eva's freaky. Just call it our bad luck this time and give it up. If you leave a man alone, his mood will pop right back to normal. Hopefully father's feelings weren't hurt so much that he writes up some strange will. The relatives sighed deeply and fell into silence. Hey, Maria! No jumping around! What if Ange-chan trips over? Ange is here because it's the previous year's... Ange is here because it's the previous year's... conference. Ange is here! Ange is back! Okay, so this is why Rowan's friend asked if I'd seen Ange yet. Imagine a bomb exploded and retreated to 100-hour flashbacks detailing all them stories, characters, and trauma. It's just a bomb. This is a year before the murder conference. What do you mean, Trip? Rosa, you're at an island with plenty of space. Yeah, get her ass. Hey, Rosa, no jumping around. What if Ange-chan trips over? Sorry to keep you waiting. The boat is ready. Alright, let's go. Won't get anywhere by complaining now. Go down! Hello! We eagerly await your return to this island. If Ange trips over Maria, she must be white as hell. We eagerly await your return to this island. Louder than Kitty. Hi, Goda! Oh, so they're leaving. Okay. Are we gonna skip ahead to the real one then? Natsuhi was sitting on a bench in the rose garden looking completely worn out. Well, you did it. You kept up a whole lie for a whole conference. However, when she noticed that Kanon and Kumasawa were coming back, she immediately sat up straight, regaining the dignity of the head's wife. This is a flashback. No. This is the family conference of the previous year, and they just left. Did the boat leave?
Hi.
Yes. I knew Natsuhi looked younger. This is a year prior. And apparently, Kinzo's been dead for over a year. So I want to know, did they freeze his corpse? And where the fuck did they freeze his corpse? Yes, it departed just a minute ago. I see. Good job seeing them off. In what episode do they find the One Piece? Good question. And no one knows? No one? Okay. The people who know are, the people who know for sure are Natsuhi, Kraus, Nanjo, Kumasawa, and Genji. They saw his dead body. And we assume that Shannon and Kanon are either in on it or are just following orders to keep up the illusion. But they're probably in on it. Yeah, Gramps had zero contact with the inside world. So all these people know where the One Piece is. If the One Piece is the truth of grandfather's death, then yeah, I see. Good job seeing them off. I see. Good job seeing them off. What is my idiot husband doing? What is my husband doing? They are looking for a massive treasure. It is true. He returned to his room a short while ago. He is resting. He needs his alone time. He needs to cool off for 2 weeks. Because he just got to pretend in front of Eva that Kinzo is still alive, which is more stress than you can possibly imagine. Yeah, solving the epitaph reveals where it is. Oh no, man, is this just One Piece? So when they say this is the One Piece of visual novels, they really, really mean it? But at least this one's been completed. Since the previous day, Kraus had been almost overwhelmed by anxiety over the thought that Kinzo's death might be discovered. When the family conference ended, his weariness must have suddenly gotten a hold of him. However, the way he refused to let even a sliver of his true intentions slip out. Damn! The haterism is out today. And the manner in which he managed to act as though everything was normal showed that Kraus's nerve was nothing to sneeze at. How was it? Did they seem to notice anything suspicious about father? No. 遺産分配の話を立ち聞きされたと。エヴァ様などはそれは大騒ぎでしたとも。Eva-sama in particular was raising quite the racket about Master overhearing her talking about the inheritance, right? あの慌てっぷり、傑作でしたね。Wasn't her panicking just priceless? So Kumasawa is able to keep the secret because it's fun. Got it. Makes sense. Yes. She was quite shaken up. Kumasawa, you really are quite an actress. All that panic in the corridor made it seem like father really was there. Kumasawa-san is quite talented at that sort of thing. Oh, come on now, I don't deserve such praise. I will have to make it very clear to Genji not to believe you easily when you call in sick. Natsuhi's catching on to reality.
それは手厳しゅうございますよ、奥様。
No, that's just too harsh, madam.
本当にご苦労でした。
You really did a good job.
お前たちと源氏とシャノンには約束通り
As promised, both of you, as well as Genji and Shannon.
過去1ヶ月分の休暇の買い上げと新たに5日の有給を与えます。
They're out the window and see if she flies. Damn! Both of you, as well as Genji and Shannon, will be reimbursed for the time off you've sacrificed over the past month and will receive 5 days of additional pay. Let's go! Decent boss Natsuhi!
秘密の手当ですよ。
This bonus is a secret.
取得に際しては源氏と相談し、他の使用人たちに気取られないように。
Speak with Genji when you collect your pay to ensure that the other servants don't find out.
ええ、心得ておりますとも。
Don't you worry, we understand.
ねえ。
Don't we? Hey, with that money, with what money, darling? You're broke. Oh, get her!
熊沢さん、声が大きいです。
Masawa-san, your voice is too loud.
いけないいけない。
Oh, how very careless of me.
そうですね。
Yes, we should be
こ
careful.
の話はこれまでとします。
Let's leave it at that for the time
各
being.
自通常のお勤めに戻るように。
All of you, please return to your regular duties.
そうそう。ゴー
Oh, that's right.
ダに特別にお茶の用意をさせました。
I had Goda prepare some special tea and some tossed salad. No, I'm just kidding. Tell him to serve it. Natsuhi let them know that she wanted to be left alone for a while so that she could drink some black tea in the rose garden. That black tea, carried all the way to the bench, was the Sri Lankan tea dimbula that she had promised Beato, along with Patty. They're coming for your house, your assets, furniture, and that stupid one-winged eagle logo of yours. Watch out! And sitting on either side of it, the wife of the head and her witch could be seen, both of them staring at it curiously.
これがパティスですか。
So this is Patty's.
私はてっきり焼き菓子のようなものだとばかり。
I just assumed it would be some kind of baked sweet. Natsuhi hadn't thought for a moment that it would have a curry-like spicy flavor, and had started coughing after putting it in her mouth. To describe it in Japanese terms, it was like age gyoza stuffed with mashed curry-flavored potatoes. There's an illusion Beatrice, as well as like illusion. I don't know. When Kinzo's ghost appeared before Natsuhi, so did Beatrice. Oh, you must have missed her. She appeared very briefly, but she's gonna come up again. She's a detective girl that Burncastle's putting in, I'm assuming. God damn, woman, leave us alone. As a savory snack, it would probably be pretty popular with the kids. However, it was something of a shock to Natsuhi, who expected that treat to go with tea would be something sweet. Natsuhi is that Victorian child who would shrivel up upon eating a Dorito. Oh, you thought that was Burncastle herself? I don't know. We'll see. You'll see. I don't know if we'll get to her today, but we saw her once. It was something of a shock to Natsuhi, who expected that a treat to go with tea would be something sweet.
知らんのか。
This one might be totally made up and fake. I don't know. Didn't you know?
ディンブラといえばこれだぞ。
You cannot have Dimbula without
紅
this.
茶ならクッキー。
Or another black tea would be cookies.
ああ、チョコでも良いな。
Ah, but chocolate is good too.
日本茶なら羊羹だが、塩昆布でも良い。
With Japanese tea, sweet bean jelly is the tradition, although salted kombu also works.
中国茶なら小籠包。
Kombu is a kind of seaweed. With Chinese tea, you have
わ
xiaolongbao.
らわは月餅も好きだ。
Though I like mooncakes as well.
驚きました。
I'm
随分
surprised.
と文化に詳しいのですね。
You know a lot about culture, don't you?
まあ、伊達に千年は生きておるな。
Shotgun blast her face. Yes, I think the meme girl I'm talking about has to do with Burn Castle, but we don't have a proper explanation yet. Well, I haven't been living 1,000 years for nothing.
世界の名茶は一通り試した。
I have sampled all the finest teas from around the
お
world.
茶の世界旅行
Perhaps you could call me
といったところか。
a tea traveler.
確かに、それは立派な世界旅行ですね。
That does seem like it would be a wonderful way to travel the world. Beatrice that died when she followed Rosa? Because this Beatrice as that evil Beatrice. Oh, that one? Yeah. Yeah. And she's doing magic, so it's not, I don't think it's the same. That does seem like it would be a wonderful way to travel the
このよ
world.
うな紅茶の楽しみ方もあると、今日初めて知りましたので、
Before today, I never knew that one could enjoy tea like
こ
this.
れは貴重な体験です。
I will treasure this experience.
わらわは六軒島より出られぬ身。
I cannot leave Rokenjima.
これくらいしか旅をすることはできぬでな。
This is the only way I can travel.
そなたはどうか。
What about you?
富豪の妻らしく、世界を優雅に旅してきたのであろう
I'm sure you've traveled the world in luxury as the wife of a rich man should.
ジェシカ
Nah.
が生まれる前は、主人はいろいろな国に私を連れて行ってくれました。
Okay. All right, Kraus, you took her around a little bit. That's good. What do you mean enjoy tea? Like, there's only way to enjoy tea. You drink it and that's it. Get their asses, Alexi. Before Jessica was born, my husband took me to many countries.
嫁ぐまでは一度も海外旅行をしたことがなかったので、どれも新鮮な体験でしたよ。
Before marrying, I never once traveled overseas, so each time was a fresh and new experience.
そなたも窮屈な家に生まれたらしいな。
Sounds like you were also born into a very restrictive household. Also, although if we believe the beginning of episode 2, one could believe that Beato was also from a restricted house, because the beginning of episode 2 was like, oh, Beatrice's grandfather had this exquisite vase and she broke it, and Virgilia put it back together, right?
厳格でしたが、素晴らしい教育を施してくれましたよ。
All right. Good night, son. It was strict, but they gave me a wonderful upbringing.
それを窮屈と呼んでは、お父様とお母様に失礼です。
It would be rude to my father and mother to call that restrictive. And so you're trying to raise Jessica the same way, but she's got a different personality than you do.
雄弁に窮屈であると語っておるわ。
That tells me eloquently that it was. Alright, good night, son. Kraus might have pitied Natsuhi. Or he might have wanted to take her away from the restrictive Ushinomiya family for a little bit and let her rest. Aw, Kraus! Or he might have simply wanted to take his wife around countries he knew well and show off everything he knew. That's not seeing it with love.
主人はお父様と違ってアジアの国が好きで、
Unlike father, my husband likes countries in Asia.
香港、台湾、韓国にタイ、
Hong Kong, Taiwan, Korea, Thailand.
マレーシアも行きましたっけ？
I think we also went to Malaysia. Aww. They got beautiful vacations.
クラウスめ金蔵の西洋かぶれに反抗したつもりか
That Kraus. Was he trying to rebel against Kinzo's Western obsession?
しかしアジアも良い
Stella. Come on. But Asia is good
日
too.
本人は丸ごと西洋かぶれだからな
The Japanese are strongly influenced by the
外
West.
国といえば西洋しか想像せん
When they think of foreign countries, only Western ones come to mind.
西があれば東もあろうに
But the East exists as well.
私も西洋の知識はそこそこにありましたが東洋の知識はあまりなかったもので
I myself knew a few things about the West, but I knew very little about the Orient.
旅先でいろいろと主人にからかわれましたっけ
I seem to recall my husband making fun of me now and then during our travels. Like, he's an asshole, but he's trying. He tried, okay? As Natsuhi grumbled that they had all been very tiring trips. Oh, Beato secretly peeked into her heart. Oh, into her heart. I also want to know.
いいか
Ah, Kraus Natsuhi flashback. Wow, Kraus has a pretty nice ass. All right, so he's got some things going for him. So he's just a straight up deeply deluded himbo. Gotcha. Now listen.
これは瓶道という
This is called an areca nut.
ここでは庶民的な嗜好品だ
It's a popular luxury food item around here. It looked like a small, round, gourd-like nut that had been split open with a slice of cucumber wedged in it. At a glance, it looked as though it would probably taste like pickles.
なるほど
I
こ
see.
れをかじればよいのですか
So I just bite it here? As she tried to bite the one her husband was holding, he suddenly moved it away. Yeah, young Natsuhi! It felt kind of embarrassing, like she was a fish who took the bait. He's teasing.
まあ待て
Whoa, wait. Whoa, wait up.
瓶道には食べ方があ
You have to eat it a certain
る
way.
確かにかじるのは正しい
Yes, you are supposed to bite it.
かじる
Bite it.
もぐもぐと噛む
Chew it.
しかし食べてはならない
But don't eat it. Huh? Oh, I've heard of that. I've heard of that. That's like really bad for you. The betel nut chewing. Yeah, I've heard of that. It's really bad for you. I also talk about mascot account on Twitter before I go to sleep. Oh, I love Cheeton. God's word. Oh, yeah. I've also been getting the Cheeton Twitter advertisements, and I've been very happy about it. Thank you, Cheeton, for giving me good advertisements. Huh?
かじって噛むのに食べてはならないのですか
Yes. Thank you, Cheeton, for your hard work. Even though you bite and chew it, you can't eat it?
うん
Yes.
かじって噛む
Bite and chew.
食べてはならん
Don't eat.
そして汁も飲んではならん
And don't drink the juice.
胃を痛めるからな
It'll make your stomach hurt.
わかりません
I don't
どう
understand.
してそんなものを食べなければならないのです
Why would you eat something like that? Yeah, it is like chewing tobacco.
ガムのようなものと思え
Think of it as something like gum.
噛んで味を楽しむ
Chew it and enjoy the flavor.
噛んだくずと汁はこうして紙コップに吐き出す
Spit the juice and the scraps you've chewed off into a paper cup, like this. That's disgusting. Dear,
口の中が真っ赤ですよ
the inside of your mouth is bright red. Yeah, that's the betel nut thing. It turns your mouth red.
拭いて拭いて
Wipe it off, wipe it off. Hey! The handkerchief she had wiped Krause's mouth with, a favorite of hers, also had bright red marks on it now. Oh, poor Natsuhi. Something that's poisonous if eaten or drunk. It makes the inside of your mouth so bright red. And on top of that, having to spit something out after you've put it in your mouth. How indecent! Thinking this, Natsuhi firmly refused what Krause was offering her. No, 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 thank you, but no. This is a cross-cultural experience. What's the point of traveling if we don't do things that can only be done here? Krause kept chewing, ignoring the fact that even his lips were being colored bright red. Father likes these too. Okay, that'll get her to do it. Father likes these too. He must have ordered some long ago, because he used to chew away at them on the mansion's terrace. Though he seems to have stopped ever since you came here. Your stepdad used to like chewing tobacco. He's dead now. Oh shit. Well, there you go. Come on, father, the person you respect even more than me chewed these all the time. Oh, wait, Krause realizes that about Natsuhi. Ah! Your grandpa likes chewing tobacco and he's alive. I'm good. Okay. I see you, Lexi. I'm sorry to hear that. Come on, don't hold back, try it. 0 out of 10, not gonna lie, you don't know why your stepdad did that. Ugh, yeah. No, stop it! Stop it! Dear! When he was traveling the world, Krause had the innocence of a child. Like, damn, if you don't want to talk, just say so. Yo, yeah. He wouldn't even conceal his jealousy of the respect Natsuhi normally gave Kinzo. Oh, he's jealous that she respects Kinzo that much. Ah! Just being able to see that side of her husband made traveling all the way to another country worthwhile. Aww. Krause kept on urging her to bite it, but Natsuhi, undaunted, ran from place to place and finally yelled at him that he was being too pushy. Aww. Krause was miffed for most of the bus ride. God damn it, dude. Chill out. What a child to let something like this get him down. No, it's a beetle nut. The thing that, that CC linked earlier. Or betel nut. Something like that. He called it an areca nut. It probably has a bunch of names. What a child to let something like this get him down. Natsuhi thought, astounded. Did you? Oh. Maybe because it was bright red. Natsuhi thought, astounded. Then a native tour guide on the bus took out one of those areca nuts and started explaining about it. He talked about how it had been a beloved luxury item in these parts since ancient times, similar to tobacco. About how its popularity was declining because young people were starting to take a dislike to it, just like Natsuhi. And about how it was treated as a good luck charm in this area, and was known as a symbol for couples. She looked at her husband's face. Oh, young Krause. He's blushing. He turned away abruptly, but it looked like his cheeks had gotten a little red. He's so moe! And then
夫の肩に身を委ねて手なんか握っちゃったりしたわけか。
you leaned on your husband and held his hand, I'll bet.
なんだ。その
Gap
から
Moe
結構
Kraus?
純愛ではないか。
I've always believed in Gap Moe Kraus, okay, guys? What the heck? You and your husband share a pretty pure love, don't
燃
you?
え上がっちゃったであろう。
Did you get all fired up?
その
What?
バンとかん。
You know, like that night. Beatrice, like, did you fuck? Red-faced and avoiding Beato's eye, Natsuhi tried to hide her embarrassment by stuffing the patis hole into her mouth, chewing with her cheeks puffed out like a blowfish. Beato said that there was nothing better than this to go with tea. Natsuhi, what sort of fantasy is this? Yeah. And nodded several times, a broad smile on her face. They did fuck. Oh, there was a time.
新婚の頃の話だ。
Of course, that was when we were newlyweds. Kraus and Natsuhi.
今は六軒島を出ることもできぬ
Right now, I cannot even leave
身。
Rokenjima.
カゴの鳥ですよ。
I'm a bird in a cage.
それを言うならわらわも同じよ。
Well, it's the same for
死
me.
ねども死ねども。六軒島のみ
Yes, that would explain Jessica's presence. But we've been joking for a long time that they have not slept together in years. I died more than once, and still I can't escape Rokenjima.
カゴの鳥はわらわも同じだ。
I'm a bird in a cage, just as you are.
あなたのことは知りませんし、詮索もしません。
I don't know much about you, and I won't pry. Yeah, Michael's way too busy being dodgy, true.
しかし、軽んじれぬ境遇
However, I can imagine
であったことは察します。
that the circumstances you're under are not ones I can make light of.
老名主を気取るつもりもないわ。
I have no desire to act like the chief prisoner
同じ
here.
カゴの鳥同士。せいぜい仲良くしようぜ。
Let's be friendly as fellow birds in this cage.
わらわはそなたを気に入ったぞ。
I've taken a liking to you.
そうですか。
Really? Yes, because you're the main character this episode. Thank you.
この度の親族会議における使用人たちへの指示や采配は見事であった。
I'm telling you, this frustration is something Beato is going to exploit. We'll see. The only thing we know is that supposedly Natsuhi goes on to murder everybody. Not everybody, but a bunch of people. Ronove, where are you at? Oh yeah. Ronove was at the beginning. He was taking care of the real Beato. The instructions and orders you gave the servants for this family conference were superb. This is making me worried about episode 2 again. This is very reminiscent of episode 2 when Beato was hanging out with Shannon, and we all know how that went. Shannon having a very similar tea party with Beato. Yes, I've been thinking of that too, down to telling embarrassing stories. And then they went on to like killing with hatred. So this is gonna go somewhere. Yeah, Natsuhi's getting set up to be the murderer. The instructions and orders you gave the servants for this family conference were superb.
金蔵が何時にどこにいて
You
何
thought
を
of
して
everything.
何を残したか。
From where Kinzo would be, and when to what he did and what he left
そ
behind.
れらを見事に共有させ矛盾なく組み上げた。
And you put it all together splendidly without any
それらの
contradictions.
緻密な計画書は高度な魔法陣のそれと同じ美しさがあった。
That detailed written plan of yours had the same beauty as a high-level magic circle. To make it look like Kinzo actually existed and was living life his own way. She had written his schedule for the day down to the finest detail and made the servants follow it to the letter. So you're telling me Natsuki would have been really good at Danganronpa roleplay? Yeah! Yeah! Surprisingly so. Who did he meet? When and where did he meet them? And what did he leave with them? What was he doing? When and where was he doing it? And what did he change? As a result, even though the relatives hadn't seen Kinzo even once, they never suspected in the slightest that he hadn't been there. Eva and the rest truly believed that their conversation about the inheritance had been overheard by Kinzo as he happened to walk through the hall, and that it sent him into a rage. Everything had gone just as Natsuhi's plan had predicted, down to the finest detail. So, did they say the reason why Kinzo was slowly dying for like a year was because there were certain things about the facade that were falling apart, so they're like, oh, he's dying, right, dying. Slowly. Everything had gone just as Natsuhi's plan had predicted, down to the finest detail. And the coordination between the two of them and the servants had also been spectacularly intricate. We couldn't afford to have the secret found out under any circumstances. That's why I made such a thorough plan. Your willpower and attention to detail summoned success with certainty. As a witch, it seems that you're in Lady Lambda Delta's camp. Is that why Lambda Delta's like, you're the killer this time? Or well, Lambda Delta's trying to prove magic exists, never mind. At your current level, as soon as you become self-aware of that as magic, you will be worthy of calling yourself a witch apprentice. A bit. Kinda, I guess. Definitely took in Maria when she was lonely, but if you call something like that magic, then that would make Kumasawa the witch of feigned illnesses. Oh, she's a will mix way sort of character like Lambda. Yeah. I guess in a way Kinzo's like that too, right? She only calls us to say she's taking the day off because of her bad luck on the busy days. Like every year's family conference. Oh, so because she caught on to that, that's why Kumasawa is at the family conference usually, like when we see it, because Natsuhi doesn't let her fake illness anymore. Damn. To kiss a serpent is to welcome the poison. What a line. Oh no, Kumasawa is completely different. She's a witch of a much, much higher level. Oh, she's still going with the Virgilia's Kumasawa thing. If you knew what she really was, it'd shock you. My master or something. Watching these two have their pleasant chat was another pair with steam rising from their black tea. However, the second pair was in a world that the first couldn't see, where golden roses bloomed. Ronove was kind enough to make us some of that Dimbala tea too. He's trying to cheer her up. You're such a simp, Battler. You're really trying to cheer her up. It felt as though Beato muttered something. You're being so sweet to her. It's hilarious. For the first time, it felt as though she had been able to communicate something. Surely she had taken an interest in the black tea and felt like drinking it. Thinking this, Battler took Beato's cup and her hand, touching her hand, and made her grip the cup. Beato's eyes trembled sadly, and her fingers shook. Almost as though she couldn't even move her fingers as she wanted to, and was mourning the fact that she could no longer even enjoy the tea she had once loved without assistance. Stella, come on. That was how she looked. So Battler rested his hand on Beato's, softly took hold of the teacup, and lifted it to her lips. How gentle. Then, I think this is a new track. Though it was only a single mouthful, Beato sipped. Oh, she sipped the tea. I know, how intimate. The days in which they had been in a killing fest with red swords and blue wedges already seemed like the distant past. Now, not only was Beato unable to do that, it was even difficult for her to make her body do as she pleased. Even just drinking a mouthful of black tea like this was hard.
どうだ?
How was it?
バラの匂いが素敵な紅茶だよね。
That rose aroma makes for a great black tea.
口に合うか?
Do you like it? Damn, tender Battler, look at this. Of course, Beato didn't respond.
どうしちまったんだ?
What happened to you?
これもまた作戦なんだろ?
This is another strategy, right?
落ち込んでるふりをして後でバーッと驚かそうって作戦なんだろ?
You're pretending to be in a slump so you can shock me later.
それが狙いならもう二度と同じ手には乗らねえからいい加減にしろ.
If that's what you're after, the same trick won't work again, so give it a rest.
お前がそんなざまじゃこっちも調子が狂うんだよ.
If you keep acting like that, even I'll start to feel out of whack.
なあ.
Hey,
そろそろ引っかかったなバカってバカ笑いしてくれよ.
is it about time for you to start laughing loudly, saying, "Caught you, dumbass," or something? No, she's in a slump because you don't realize that it's hashtag blame sham and you need to buy that horse!
どんなネタもあまり引っ張りすぎると笑えなくなるぞ.
Any kind of joke stops being funny if you use it too much.
二番煎じなら特にな.
Especially if it's a rehash.
笑ってくれ.
Laugh.
あそこで夏日おばさんとお茶を飲みながらケラケラと笑ってるみたいに.
Just like you're cackling over there as you drink with Aunt Natsuhi. Oh, this track. Can't you at least grin? Like this? He misses this. He misses this grin. Of all things, he misses this.
二度とないわ。
Never again.
その子が笑うことはもう二度と。
This child will never laugh again. Those sudden words were exceedingly cruel. Never hear that face and that gentle voice again. Okay. How can you say that for sure?
ベアトの笑う権利を勝手に奪うな.
Quit trying to steal away Beato's right to laugh.
赤で言った方がいい。
Her right to laugh? Oh, should I say it in red then? I shook my head furiously. Then, with an expression that didn't reveal her thoughts in the slightest, Berncastle spoke while looking at Beato's face, and I didn't understand the word she used in the slightest.
おめでとう。
Congratulations! 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 Congratulations.
何がだ
For what?
ベアトがそのざまなのはあなたが勝ったからこその結果だからよ。
Beato is like this as a result of your victory.
何を言ってやがる
What are you talking about?
あなたはかつてのゲームで言ったわ。
You said something interesting in a previous
これ
game.
は互いを苛む永遠の拷問だとね。
You said that this would be eternal torture, where you both torment each other. Oh, that was really early.
そうよ。
That was right.
ベアトにとっても拷問だっ
It was torture for Beato as well.
た。そしてその拷問ゲームにあなたは勝ったのよ。
And you won that torture game.
だからベアトの魂は殺され人形同然の屍になり果てた。
And that's why Beato's soul was killed, and why she became a doll-like corpse.
俺がベアトを殺したと
Are you saying that I did this to Beato?
勝敗はどちらか一方の勝とうとする意志がくじけた時に決まる。
The battle ends with one of you loses the will to try and win.
あなたとベアトの戦いという意味においてはすでに前回決着がついていたのよ。
Oh? Just from the internet? Or... As far as the battle between you and Beato goes, the conclusion was already reached last time.
まああなたにとっては預かり知れぬうちにだろうけれども。
Well, it probably happened without you noticing, though.
なら俺の勝利なのにどうしてゲームが終わらない
In that case, why hasn't the game ended when I've already
ど
won?
うしてこのゲームがまだ続いている
Why is this game still continuing?
その子の足首についてる足かせ。
The shackle attached to that girl's ankle. Natsuhi's design is recycled from the first design for Beatrice? Oh my god! So, it's kind of weirdly fitting that she is kind of an echo. But also, thank god he decided to go with a redesign. Yeah, Beato's final design has a much stronger impact, I agree. The shackle attached to that girl's ankle.
ラムダが施したルールなのよ。
That's a rule Lambda made. Even if Beatrice tries to yield or gets discouraged or gives up, she isn't capable of stepping down from the game. That's the rule. Or maybe it's a curse.
かつてあなたが屈しそうになった時、
Some time ago, when it looked like you were going to give
私
in,
はあなたをサポートしたわ。
I gave you my support.
あなたには知覚できないだろうけ
Though you probably couldn't perceive it.
ど、あなたにとって有利な展開とヒントが与えられるように、私はあなたに助力した。
I assisted you by making sure that you would receive hints and things would go your
だから
way.
今、あなたはここにこうしていられるのよ。
That's why you're able to be here now.
覚えてる？私に助けられたこと。
Do you remember how I helped you? Berncastle stared at me. It's true that I wasn't aware of it, but maybe it was true that she had helped me.
同じように、ラムダはベアトをサポートしてるわ。
In the same way, Lambda is supporting Beato.
そして今度はベアトが屈しようとしている。
And this time, it's Beato who's on the verge of giving in.
だから今度はラムダが屈しないようにサポートしたわ。
So, to make sure that she doesn't, this time it's Lambda who's been giving her support.
それが足かせ。
That's what the shackle
投
is.
了を許さないことによってベアトをゲーム上救ったわ。
By refusing to let her resign, she saved Beato within the game.
何をどう救ったってんだ
How is this saving her?
本来ゲームは 2つの終わり方があった。
This game was made with only 2 ways for it to end.
どちらかが負けを認めて投了するか、
Either one side accepts defeat and
ど
resigns,
ちらかがチェックメイトでゲームに勝つか。
or one side wins the game with a checkmate.
ベアトはその前者に抵触しかけた。
Beato was about to collide with the first way.
だからナムダはそれを潰し、敗北をギリギリのところで回避したの。
That's why Lambda crushed that chance and managed to just barely avoid her
ゲ
losing.
ーム上は立派なサポートだわ。
That's a wonderful bit of support within this game. In that case, the only way left for this game to end is for me to win. At the very least, until I do win, the switch called Lambda Delta can probably try to buy time for Beato's condition to turn back around. But that would just prolong Beato's suffering even more. Neither of us want that. Both Beato and I fought with all we had trying to win. It was because we were both giving it everything we could muster that the game repeated several times to begin with. And that was also why, that one time, we confronted each other head on with all of our strength. And Beato admitted defeat. She wasn't trying with all her strength, she was letting you win, bro. She said she wanted me to end this game and entrusted everything to me. So, Berncastle's words were the truth. She said that it was my fault that Beato had become a living corpse. That was true. But it was something both of us wanted.
俺たちの勝負はもう決着している。
Our match has already been resolved.
ゲームは終わらない。
Even so, the game will end.
だからベアトは俺に託したんだ。
That's why Beato put her trust in me.
早く勝ってこのゲームを終わらせろ
She told me to win quickly
ってな。
and end this game. Now that the game has been resolved, for it to continue any further would be torture without end to Beato. Nothing more than a nightmare. I have to give her a perfect checkmate, end this game in the truest sense, and give Beato a peaceful sleep. For that reason, I'll keep fighting. By continuing the game, Beato's eternal torture will continue. It felt as though I could only let her sleep peacefully by slowly strangling her to death. I'm starting to feel like the truth doesn't matter anymore. Who gives a crap about the game if Beato is satisfied? Beato resigned. Battler, no, don't stop thinking. I'll ignore the truth of the witch illusions and return home with my family. What's wrong with that? If only Lambda Delta hadn't placed the curse of that shackle on her, this battle would be over already. That's why I find it detestable. This game, where I have to torment Beato even more to end it, is detestable. What's this?
真実に近づいたら、ベアトが苦しそうな表情を見せるようになったんで、急に手心を加えたくなったの。
Beato has started to look like she's in pain every time you get closer to the truth, so you're suddenly going easy on her.
なら好きなだけ手加減するといい。
Then just go as easy on her as you can.
あるいは、ベアトに勝ちを譲ればいい。
And why don't you just let Beato win while you're at it? And Berncastle echoing some people in the chat here.
そして、妹に孤独で悲惨な未来を無限に強い続ければいい。
Then your little sister can have a lonely, tragic future forced on her endlessly. That's not how it is. That's right. I have to return for Anja's sake as well. I know this isn't the time to start feeling compassion for Beato.
ならきっちり殺しなさい。
In that case, make sure you kill her.
その魔女を
Kill this witch without fail. Even though Beato was right there, Berncastle spoke without holding back.
あなたの目的はこの女を殺すことよ。
Your goal is to kill this woman.
あなたは前回のゲームでベアトに壊れて口にしたわ。
In the last game, you said it at Beato's request.
お前を殺すってな。
You said, I will kill you.
ああ、そうかもな。
Yeah, that may be true.
だがそれはお前にとやかく言われることじゃねえな。
But that doesn't give you a right to comment on it.
知ってる？
Did you know?
爪を剥ぐときはね、一気に剥いでくれた方がマシなのよ。
When you tear one of your fingernails out, it's better to do it in one go. That's a Higurashi thing, isn't it? I remember the fingernails getting ripped out of Mion. Or was it Shion?
あなたみたいに優しくおっかなびっくりと
Pulling it out like you do. Gently,
ぐり
timidly.
ぐりもたもたと剥がれる方がよっぽど痛い。
Twisting and slow. Hurts much, much more. Aww. Kind of reminds me of when I'd like, really gently wiggle a tooth or really gently pull at a band-aid and the adults around me would be like, just rip it off, just rip it out. And I'd be like, no! I was way better at dealing with a smaller amount of pain drawn out over a long period of time rather than like intense pain all at once. So I kind of am with Battler, but I mean, man.
あなたのしてることの方がよっぽど拷問だと思うけど。
What you're doing sounds much more like torture to me. He's torturing her by being nice. By being kind.
慈悲があるなら一気に殺しなさ
If you have any compassion, kill her in one blow.
い。それが殺すということよ。
That's how killing works.
余計なお世話だ。
That's none of your business.
俺がこいつにどう引導を渡すかは俺が決めることだ。
I'm the one to decide how to perform her last
お
rites.
前もあのラムダデルタという魔女も関係ない。
You and that Lambda Delta witch have nothing to do with this.
俺が殺す。
I will kill her.
他の誰にもそれは許さない。
I won't let anyone else do it.
その意志に変わりがないならいいわ。
As long as you don't lose that willpower.
私はあなたにかけてるのだか
I'm betting on
ら。い
you.
い？
Alright.
決して忘れないことよ。
Make sure you don't forget.
このゲームに決着をつけない限り、あなたが解放されることは決してない。
Unless this game is resolved, you will never be released. Yes, it's in a few hours. I have my alarm set for 3:40 in the morning. Yeah. Yes. Correct.
あなたにだってこのゲームを放棄することは許されないのだから。
Ooh, hey, maybe we can get on the call. You won't be allowed to abandon this game either.
分かってない。
I get it.
ラムダの狙いは分かってる。
I know what Lambda is after.
レアと同じようにあなたにも繊維喪失させて
She wants to make you lose your will to fight, just like Beato.
二人とも生き人形にしてこの世界を永遠に安定させることよ。
To make you a pair of living dolls. And to keep this world in perpetual equilibrium.
そんなの嫌でしょ。
You don't want that, do you?
私も困るわ。
I wouldn't like it either.
お前の都合など知ったことか。
Why should I care about what you want?
だが、俺はゲームを捨てない。
Still, I won't throw this game
ベ
away.
アトとの戦いの責任を放棄しない。
I won't abandon the responsibility of fighting with Beato.
目的が同じで嬉しいわ。
I'm glad our goals are the same.
そしてそれは躊躇なくその子を殺せるということよね。
So this means you'll be able to kill this child without any hesitation, right? But she looks so pretty and pathetic. Will you really be able to kill her without hesitation?
そうだ。
That's right. You averted your gaze when you said that, Battler. Not convincing. I have no way of knowing whether those words eased her pain or hurt her. But because of this dull tingling in my chest, I believe that she must have been hurt. I have no way of knowing what the silent Beato feels. If I believe she's been hurt, is that any different from her being hurt? Hello, Majin-chan. And if I hadn't thought I hurt her, would I have been able to get away? Would I have been able to get by without hurting anyone? Another cat box, huh? Someone not revealing their true feelings for you is another kind of Schrodinger's cat. No, I'm just kidding. That'll piss off Dan. So,
あそこで夏日とお茶を飲んでるベアトだけど。
I need you to stop being hilarious for a bit. Oh, you think I'm really funny? That's really sweet. Thank you. So without that Beato who's drinking tea over there with Natsuhi. So about that Beato who's drinking tea over there with Natsuhi.
大丈夫よ。
You can handle that, right?
ああ、
Yeah,
大丈
no problem.
金蔵の時と同じよ。
It's the same as it was with Kinzo.
ベアトリーチェなんて存在しない。
Beatrice doesn't
あ
exist.
れは魔女の力を借りて危機を乗り越える妙案を思いついたと信じる夏日が生み出した偽りの魔女幻想。
This is a false witch illusion that Natsuhi created from her belief that she thought up a brilliant plan to overcome hardship by borrowing the witch's power.
二人が並んでお茶を飲んでるように見えるのは
The only reason it looks like the two of them are drinking
ゲ
together
ームマスターであり物語の語り手であるラムダ・デルタがそう解釈しているからなだけよ。
is because Lambda Delta, who is the game master and the one who is telling the story, is interpreting it that way.
夏日に対し一辺の愛も持たずに凝視できたならそんな幻想が見えたりはしない。
If you stare without a fragment of love for Natsuhi, you won't see illusions like that.
だから私の目には夏日が一人ぼっちで黙々と紅茶を飲んでるようにしか見えないわ。
That's why, with my eyes, all I can see is Natsuhi all alone, drinking her tea in silence. You don't have a bit of love in you, Burn Castle? Is that why your eyes are like that? Might be awake enough to watch live later. You gotta go to bed. Good luck using your noodle battler. Good night. Alright, good night, Rowan. Without love, it cannot be seen. So because she's not seeing it with love, she can't see it. Because love is lacking, it cannot be seen. This is definitely a hint. Look like being like Ryukishi is looking directly at the audience. Because love is lacking, it cannot be seen. Wait, my final message. Wendy's saucy nuggets are a scam. Alright, I will keep that in mind.
あれは夏日が見せている妄想。
That's a fantasy that Natsuhi's showing us.
あそこにベアトリーチェなど存在しない。
Beatrice doesn't exist there. Beato mumbled softly. It was a small voice that made it sound like she was in pain. The thorn of Berncastle's truth had stabbed into her chest.
ああ、そうだろうな。
Yeah, that's probably true.
お前の推理は正しいと思うぜ。
I think your theory is right.
だが、それをベアトの前で口にするな。
But don't say that in front of Beato.
どこで口にしたって同じよ。
It doesn't matter where I say
こ
it.
こはベアトの世界なんだから。
This is Beato's world.
あとは、こいつを擁護するわけじゃねえが。
Also, it's not like I'm protecting Beato. Okay, Tsundere Battler.
夏日おばさんが本当に未知の人物 X、ベアトリーチェと名乗る人物とこうしてお茶を飲んでる可能性だってあるんだぜ。
But there is a possibility that Aunt Natsuhi really is drinking tea with some unknown person X calling themselves Beatrice.
この光景は1年前のものだ。
This scene takes place a year before everything.
この日の島の人数が赤き真実で示されてるわけじゃない。
The number of people on the island on this day has never been shown with the red truth.
そうね。こ
Sure.
の日のロッケン島の人数については、ラムダも赤では語ってないわ。
Even Lambda hasn't said anything in red about the number of people on Rokenjima on this day. Oh, Cece, that's so mysterious. Oh man, Cece's dragging him.
なら、
In that case,
夏日おばさんが本当にベアトリーチェと名乗る女とお茶を飲んだと主張することもできるんだぜ。
possible to claim that Aunt Natsuhi really did drink tea with a woman calling herself
俺
Beatrice.
にお前の説を否定できないように、お前だって俺の説を否定できないんだ。
Burn like Battler, just be a hater and you win. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Berncastle is an excellent hater. Just like I can't deny your theory, you can't deny mine. Meanwhile, Battler is like, I'm too stupid to accept that I'm being lied to.
だからそこにいるベアトが幻想だと断じることもできないぜ。
That means you can't say for sure whether the Beato there is an illusion or not.
ああ、猫箱理論。
Oh, the cat box
それ、
theory.
ベアトには通用したかもしれないけど、私には通じないの。
That might have worked on Beato, but it won't work on me. Because I am a cat. Meow.
どうして？
Why?
だって、夏日はそこで、一人ぼっちで紅茶を飲んでるんだもん。
God, her expression too. After all, Natsuhi is drinking tea all by herself right there. There was a violent sound of glass breaking, and the Beato joking about Natsuhi's newlywed years and laughing happily was erased. A lonely wind blew. No! Poor Natsuhi! And the one person who remained on the bench drinking tea with a tired expression was Aunt Natsuhi, all alone. Why are you... Oh, it's Beatrice. I thought it was Natsuhi bleeding. Sorry. Beato groaned. Resto and pesto. I could see clearly that she was in anguish. Another witch illusion had been smashed, calling Beato towards death. In short, this is what the battle to let Beato rest in peace is all about. A second ago, Burncastle likened our fight to the torture of tearing fingernails out. If I have to tear them out anyway, then my last bit of compassion towards Beato should be to minimize that pain. In other words, even if I want to minimize the pain, I still have to cause it. I have to accept that look of anguish on her face. Yeah, I suppose so. I think B and Burncastle are of one mind on this thing. And at the same time, this made me realize what a merciless thing the Red Truth was. Stella, come on. Stella, come on. Right now, in this rose garden, there is no one except Aunt Natsuhi. Beato can't die yet. She can't die until Battler wins the game thoroughly. And so he can't win the game until he proves his case conclusively and if he figures out the mystery of who Beato really is. So there is no one except Aunt Natsuhi. In other words, there are no observers except for Aunt Natsuhi. So if that lone observer were to say that she'd had some tea with Beato, no one should be able to refute that, and so that's why the illusion can happen. If no one can refute it, doesn't that mean it's the truth? Aunt Natsuhi is enjoying the roses and drinking tea together with Beato. How could anyone have the right to mercilessly trample that pleasant moment? The Red Truth is a lot like a blade. In a battle with a witch, it's a blade that sometimes tears your theories apart and sometimes serves as a weapon you can fight back with. I know. So what? Don't use it without reason. Oh, he actually got her on that one. A blade is a tool. You use it as intended. But it's nothing but a murderer's weapon if you use it out of malice. Battler is poo-pooing all you haters in the audience. It was true that Aunt Natsuhi hadn't really been drinking tea with a witch.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
It was true.
Such devastation! This was not my intention.
It was true that Aunt Natsuhi hadn't really been drinking tea with a witch. However, saying that with the Red Truth probably has nothing to do with our game. It doesn't. Our game is the tale of October 1986. The 2 days of the crime give us more than enough time to injure each other with our red and blue blades glistening. Glistening? This isn't about the witch illusions. It's about Aunt Natsuhi's privacy. How could anyone have the right to expose that? Ooh, he's dragging you, Burncastle. Do you want to acknowledge that a witch actually existed here and drink tea with Natsuhi? Weren't you trying to deny the existence of witches? Yes, during the game of the 2-day period from October 4th to 5th, 1986. But I have no desire to question whether or not witches exist outside that game board. In the first place, it's impossible to deny the existence of witches because of the devil's proof.
そして、このゲームのルールに従い、赤でそれを語るのもステイルメイトで禁じ手だ。
And according to the rules of this game, saying something like that in red is a forbidden move that leads to a stalemate.
赤き真実でさえ、魔女の存在を否定はできねえんだぜ。
You can't deny the existence of witches even with the red truth.
確かに。
True.
まさかあなたに魔女の存在を語られるとはね。
I never thought I'd hear you talk about witches existing.
さすがラマだ。
Not bad, Lambda. Uh-oh! Battler! It's working on you.
人間犯人説と魔女がいてもいいという気持ちのうまいこと中間に引っ張り出してきたわ。
Not bad, Lambda. You've done a good job of getting Battler stuck between his human culprit theory and the thought that it doesn't matter whether witches exist or not.
人間の心を操るのに本当に長けている。
She really excels at controlling a human's heart. Yeah, that kind of worked with Ange, too.
私ももっとあなたを応援しないとまずいわね。
Looks like I'd better start helping you out even more.
お前らなど知ったことじゃない。
I really couldn't care less about you two.
消えろ。
Disappear. During Pride Month, Battler!
これは俺とベアとのゲームだ。
This game is between Beato and me. Wow, homophobic.
お前たちに私はしない。
We're gonna keep this game to ourselves.
嫌よ。
No way.
何？
What?
だって
After all, that face? Hello?
私もこのゲーム楽しんでるんだもの。
Her fangies, too? After all, I'm enjoying this game, too. Okay, Burncastle. Burncastle disappeared, leaving only that unpleasant laugh behind. She's really letting her freak flag fly this time. After that, all that remained was Natsuhi, sipping tea all alone. No, look! Look, Natsuhi! Beatrice is with you! Beyond the veil! After that, all that remained was Natsuhi, sipping tea all alone. Beato, her hand still on the teacup as she stared blankly at the surface of the liquid. And me.
ベルンカステルにラムダデルタか。
Burncastle and Lambda Delta.
ワルギリアはお前の友人と言ってたが。
Virgilia called them your friends, but
お前、友人は選ぶべきだった。
You really should have chosen your friends more carefully. Damn, Beato, you suck. Your taste in friends sucks.
むしろ性悪なお前にはお似合いなのか?
He's like, oh wait, sorry, I'm supposed to be Josh and you. Or wait, maybe they actually make a good match with an ill-natured person like you. He's like, damn, that didn't land. Beato didn't answer. Battler took Beato's hand, intimate again, made her hold the cup again, and brought it to her lips. Beato made a quiet sound in her throat and drank just one more mouthful. Ooh, romantic. Then, Natsuhi's lonely tea time ended. Her truth, which was only hers, observed by no one else, had been defiled. In Natsuhi's world, the tea party, which had been peaceful despite her annoyance at Beato for making fun of her too much, must have come to an end, and the two of them probably went their separate ways. However, in Natsuhi's exposed truth, she was all alone, so we didn't even get to see any of that stuff. Natsuhi traipsed away. On the bench, only a single person's cup remained. Ooh. But that implies that everything we've seen so far, including the crazy magic shit, is somebody's truth, right? Like your own truth inside. Oh, all right, this is probably a good place to stop, even though we only saw Blue Meme Girl for literally one screen. I have a feeling we will not be seeing the last of her. So let me save. And I'll get to know her very well. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, yes. You know, with the, I think I need to eat and, like, sleep for the live letter. Why don't we do, remind me, let's do the survey on screen next Thursday, or I'll try to fill it out beforehand and, ask you guys your theories. The test, right, the test. Yes, you may guide the raid. Who should I go raid? A fellow 14 lore encyclopedia. Oh, yay, kindred spirits. A shy moth. I also like that name. All right, I'm gonna go raid. A shy moth. Stella, I can't see. Can you jump down? I'll come get you in a second. All right. Ooh, another lore streamer. I know, right? Oh, thank you for linking the thingy again. I'll click that. She's in her 4th or 5th playthrough right now. Damn! You know what? She probably knows more than me, honestly. I'm not actually that great. Everybody just says I know everything. All right, raid is going out. And let me make sure I have the, you're still, aw, thank you, you're sweet. Let me get her open in a tab. Yeah. All right, I see it. I see it. Ooh. Ooh, this is a bit past where we are in Stormblood, so watch out if you're actually watching along with Lore Sunday and don't want to be spoiled. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, thank you guys. Well, I'm gonna be up for the live letter, so those stream tomorrow. So I'll be back for Lore Sunday with Mr. Final Fantasy, as we're gonna be approaching the end to 4.0. So thank you guys very much and have a very good night. Good night.